Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's had a great evening and we're ready to start back up again with day 3 of Action Talks Live. I am your host, Susan Crossman, and I'm delighted to be here with you today to have some fun with authoring. We're doing a lot of interesting things here in San Diego at the Action Era Studios, and I would love to start our day with a word of thanks to the amazing crew at Action Era they've been really helping us out, keeping the speakers organized, managing all of the tech. It's a very, very, very complex job. And Robert, Ben, and Matt have been absolutely fabulous in helping us to stay on track and stay organized and be able to bring this amazing event to everyone live here in San Diego and on Zoom. So much appreciated, and very appreciative of our amazing tech wizard back in Toronto, Tanya Brown. Without Tanya's effort, energy, goodwill, and bad jokes, we wouldn't be doing this at all. So Tanya, thank you so much for everything you do for us. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your stalwart presence on the other end of the Zoom line. It's very, very busy for Tanya as well. And I'm just really saying so many wonderful things behind your back, Tanya, about how much I appreciate you and how much I'm so glad you're the foundational aspect of the tech side of Crossman Communications and the Awakening Author too. So much appreciated, Tanya. So if you were with us yesterday and Thursday, you'll remember that we're here for a full 3 days to showcase the inspirational talks of a group of authors and emerging authors who've made a commitment through their writing and through their businesses to apply the knowledge and wisdom they've learned through their career and their experiences to making the world a better place. I'm a book coach and an editor, and I have also written 5 traditionally published fiction and nonfiction books myself. I'm working on number 6. So I'm a working author who's knee deep in all of this and the intricacies of writing, publishing, and marketing a book that makes a difference in people's lives and that also makes a difference in the author's life. It's very important to me as an author and as a supporter of authors to ensure that we're making the best decisions that we can make for our books, for our readers, for our businesses, for our dollars, and for the community of people who we're here to serve. And so what we're finding over these 3 days of this event so far, and I'm sure today will be no different, is that the people that we're bringing up on stage have an absolute mountain of wisdom to share with our audience. And I'm so grateful to also our speakers for bringing their A game to this event and bringing so much valuable wisdom to the audience as well. So we're really very grateful for that. The theme of this event is leading the world to harmony. And what we're getting here, for those of you who haven't been here before, is 3 days of very carefully curated content that will give you a lot of information about what it takes to be a leader, commanding a stage that gives you an opportunity to make a difference in people's lives while supporting your business and your mission in the world. And that's a big deal in my model of the world. That's a very big deal to have the courage to step into that next version of who we are and to have the courage to stand up for what you believe is an important thing. As we've said before, this community is a safe place to share. If you hear something that's quite vulnerable from someone here, or certainly anything from their books that, I mean, some of our authors are not yet published. They're close to that, but they're still unpublished work to some extent. Please do not share. That is copyrighted information. It doesn't belong to anybody but the author. So we don't want to share any information that we shouldn't be. But also we're a non-judgment zone, a judgment-free zone. So if you may end up hearing from someone whose model of the world you don't quite embrace, and that's okay. There's room for other thoughts and opinions here too, but we don't want to judge. Let's make room for everybody here. And I'm counting on all members of our audience to hold space with me for our speakers as they share with you the vision that they have for humanity. We're hearing a lot about what it takes to build a resilient life over these 3 days. And as many of our speakers have been through some pretty traumatic experiences in their lives. And I have been so moved by the stories that I've heard this week, and moved to tears quite often over some of the things that our speakers have experienced and are sharing vulnerably with our audience. And I really have so much compassion and appreciation for what it takes to go through those experiences and come out the other side in a way that allows us to share our wisdom with others. It's a really huge accomplishment. My goal with this event is to provide you with the inspiration to keep going on your own book writing and speaking projects, and help you create a vision for your life that's maybe bigger and more expansive and maybe more fulfilling than what you're even now experiencing. There is always more. Even people who command reasonably sized stages know there's more. There's something beyond today that is potentially much bigger than you could possibly have imagined. And I love to live in that space of not knowing. That's such a creative space of, even though we've accomplished certain things, there's more coming for us and more to be unfamiliar with. It can be an unnerving thing to be stepping into a new version of who you are and who you are here to be. But as we've been seeing this week, the real theme, the two real themes that I'm taking away over the first 2 days of this event, and probably there'll be more to come today. The two things that I'm really noticing this week is first of all, the question, well, what if? That's a beautiful question. Well, what if that were true? What if I could stand on a bigger stage and have an audience of people listening to my every word? What if I could write that book and make a difference in people's lives? Well, I think that's really one of the probably the major theme that I've been seeing. And the other piece that has really been coming up quite a lot is just imagine. Just imagine if that were true. So we're seeing a lot of really interesting things come up, and it's really just such a privilege to be here with our speakers and with our audience, to be having a front row seat to all of the interesting information that we've got. My job as a book coach and an editor is to hold the vision for my clients until they catch up to start to hold that themselves. There, as I say, there's always a new version of of what's available to us. And I forget who said this originally, and maybe you've heard this saying yourself, but this is just something that I love. A phrase that I just love is that you cannot see the label from inside the jar. And as a book coach and editor, I get to see the label for my clients while they're inside the jar and busy living life on their terms. And so it's really an exciting thing to be here as well, to be reading the label at this event as well. We have just logistically, I want to go over our schedule for today. So I'm just going to share my screen. There we go. So here's what you can expect today. As soon as I am finished making my opening remarks here, we are going to go into our third morning sound bath concert, I guess is what you might call it, from Susan Eva. Susan is an absolutely brilliant sound healer, sound bath extraordinaire, conductor of the Crystal Sound Bowls Orchestra. And she's going to give us an opening experience with the sound bowls. And we're starting and ending every day with the sound bowls here because first of all, because Susan so generously has been able to be with us here in San Diego and has been willing to bring her bowls here and give us these experiences. I believe if we're looking at creating a world of greater harmony, harmony also includes music. And what greater way to bring a higher resonating frequency into our world, into our bodies, and into our lives than to start with a beautiful sound bath from the Crystal Sound Healing Bowls. So Susan is going to give us a 15-minute sound bath, which I'm just so grateful to Susan for doing that. I first really had an immersive experience with the sound bowls just earlier this year. Although I've known about the sound bowls for a long time, I ran a writer's retreat in June in Northern Canada, and Susan brought her sound bowls to that. And every morning and every evening, the group was immersed in a gorgeous sound bath that set the resonating frequency for the day and ended it for the day, set the resonating frequency for our sleep. And it was so extraordinary. That was an amazing retreat for so many reasons, but the group, particularly in this instance, was working on a collaborative book. And I believe that the reason we were able to complete 85% of the content for our collaborative book was because this resonating frequency that Susan created through the bowls, and thanks to the bowls too for participating so powerfully in our week. But that resonating frequency allowed a huge element of flow to flow through the event. So they're incredibly powerful beings, these Crystal Sound Healing Bowls, and we're so blessed to have Susan doing a bowl concert. The sound bath is going to be followed by our first speakers of the day, Farah Jindani and Martez Shambridisky, and they are going to be talking about a new concept of trauma, a new way to envision trauma care. And it's quite a revolutionary set of ideas that they're bringing to us today. And I'm really encouraging you to listen with big ears and big hearts because what they're saying is really, really important. Then we'll have a little break, followed by Marion Egan. Marion is coming to us all the way from Ireland, and she's going to be speaking on Beyond Transformation, Empowering Change. Marion has also brought her Oracle deck with her that she has created, both her book and her Oracle deck. So we're going to get a little bit of an inside look in the interview portion of Marion's time on stage with her cards and her book. Then I'm going to just take a few minutes with you to answer some questions about creating a book to support your message and support your business, and then we'll have lunch. Robert Evans takes the stage right after lunch. We're going to actually be doing an interview about marketing, and that's going to be amazing. Robert has an incredible depth of experience with marketing, and I've known Robert for a number of years here. He's been an incredible support for me in my marketing journey, and he's got some fabulous information to share with everyone. Followed by Kim Conte, and Kim is going to give us a really rousing look into our stepping into your full self. Kim has incredible tools available. And as a practitioner of these tools, she's going to be really helping us step into that for ourselves so that we can be breathing bigger, the breath of who we are. And then finally, at the end of the day, I'll be closing the loop for us and opening to the future, just for a short summary of our experience here today and this week. And we'll be ending with our Crystal Sound Healing Bowls. So we're going to have another exciting full day, and I'm jazzed about it all and can't wait to dive in. So if Susan is ready, I would love to turn the stage over to Susan Eva and her orchestra of Crystal Sound Healing Bowls. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Susan. What a lovely introduction. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. For those of you who have not participated in the last couple of days, I just want to introduce my bowls. They're tuned to different chakras in the body, the energy centers, but they're all 432 hertz, which is the frequency of nature and healing. So when we have a sound bath with these frequencies, it just brings us back into our natural state, and healing happens as a byproduct, and it's very relaxing and enjoyable. So I'm going to invite you to just take a deep breath deep in your belly and slowly exhale. You can close your eyes if you like. Take your attention into your body. Relax and enjoy. attention back into the room. When you're ready, you can open your eyes. Thank you for sharing the sacred frequencies of these crystal alchemy bowls. It's my great joy. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. What an amazing experience. And thank you to the bulls as well for bringing such beauty and light and joy to our event today. Much appreciated. Everybody take a deep breath. How about that? Because we're going to switch gears now. And I am very privileged to be able to introduce to you our next speakers, Farah Jindani and Martez Shembridisky. And in case you haven't met these people before, I was going to say ladies, but I think that's maybe outdated language perhaps, but these amazing speakers. I'm going to tell you a little bit about them, starting with Farah. Dr. Farah Jindani is a professor of mental health and addictions and has been a therapist in the trauma, mental health, and addictions field at the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, CAMH, Canada's largest mental health teaching hospital and one of the world's leading research centers for almost 2 decades. Farah's life changed when she found Kundalini Yoga in 2010 to support her own healing from trauma and has been a daily meditation practitioner ever since. In 2013, she developed and implemented an 8-week evidence-based research program in collaboration with the University of Toronto and Harvard University to explore the efficacy of body-mind approaches to support trauma treatment. The results have been published in numerous scientific journals. She was inspired by those who participated and the transformations they experienced, as she noticed many synchronicities with her own life journey. Farah provides training to organizations, professionals, and anyone striving to live from wholeness. Martez is a registered massage therapist, integrative craniosacral therapist, massage therapy professor, solution-focused counselor, spiritual director, trauma care educator. She is the author of From Stress to Bliss, Journey from Post-Traumatic Stress to Post-Traumatic Growth, based on her personal and professional experience with trauma for the past 29 years. Martez has taught TRE to first responders, firefighters, police, and healthcare workers, in person and online. She presented TRE at the Critical Incident Stress Foundation of Canada online conference and facilitated organizational trainings on compassion fatigue, burnout, and self-care for helping professionals Heal the Healers self-care series. And she currently trauma recovery and integrative care education. Martez is a proud mother of her 2 young adult children, lives in Oshawa, Ontario, Canada, and she loves the outdoors, traveling the world, learning about health and healing in various cultures. Martez's life work and passion is to educate, empower, and inspire an integrative approach to nervous system health, restoration, and growth. So, speakers, thank you so much for being here with us today. I will turn the floor to hearing what you say.
Thank you, Susan.
Yes, thank you so much, Susan.
Has anyone here experienced a time in life when you felt you were carrying the weight of your own struggles, as well as those of generations before you? When we consider it, for many of us, this may be more of a reality than a metaphor. Today, Martez and I will share our personal and professional experiences as therapists who support trauma-exposed professionals. Trauma is not just about extreme events. It's about any experience that can overwhelm our capacity to cope. The traumas we may experience can shape our everyday perceptions, behaviors, and how we relate to others. Recognizing the impact that trauma has on our lives is the first step to healing. When we're aware of its presence, we can then start untangling its grip on our lives. When we think about it, trauma is really a word we hear a lot about these days. Some might even call it the word of the century. It's about our own individual experiences, but it is also about so much more. If we broaden our lens and look at trauma on a more global scale, the world is currently grappling with a collective sense of pain. Issues like systemic racism, economic disparities, environmental degradation, and societal disconnection amplify this trauma. There's an emphasis on polarities and divisiveness, which heighten the disconnect from ourselves and each other. The pain bodies of what's occurring around us also live within us. And if we're being honest with ourselves, in some capacity, trauma impacts us all. But what if we told you that healing is also possible? We're not talking about just finding ways to survive or cope, but to actually develop a formula to live each day from a place of thriving and reclaiming a sense of joy and empowerment. Today, Martez and I will share with you our personal journeys and professional life work that's been dedicated towards a new paradigm to healing, one that shifts us from trauma to empowerment. Our formula is based on trauma recovery integration, the movement from disconnection to reconnection with body, mind, and spirit. We will offer considerations and strategies on how to unlock and peel back our individual layers of pain to rediscover our true selves and find happiness. When we embrace life in this manner, we can break free from the cycles that hold us back and create a future that's grounded in empowerment, love, and community. Because here's the truth. The journey from trauma to empowerment is not just about healing ourselves. It's also about building a better world for those who come after us. And each step that we individually take on this path of healing, we are helping to create that happier world. I am a child of refugees who landed in the United Kingdom when they were 16 years old. Political strife and nationalism resulted in Asians being expelled from many East African countries. Within days, the homes and lives of families were shattered. And in the case of my family, my grandparents, who had created lives for themselves in Africa after migrating to Africa alone at 8 years old due to being orphans, lost everything. My grandparents chose to do as many would, what they viewed as best for their children. As a result, my parents found themselves in England. They were 16, alone, isolated, no money, facing all sorts of discrimination and racism. And yet, as I reflect on their stories of challenge, I'm continually in awe of their resilience, flexibility, and perseverance, desire to learn and be in community with others. More than anything, their compassion for humanity astounds me. And as I consider my own individual traumas, and believe me, they too are so numerous, but I won't overwhelm you with those today. I'm also very cognizant that we all have our individual challenges, life narratives, and stories. It's not a competition of whose life challenge or history is more or less than another's, but it's simply to highlight that trauma and pain is real, and it can be a shared human experience. Trauma is not something that's new. We humans have learned ways to survive. And in fact, we humans have learned these survival mechanisms from the animal kingdom. Thanks to our ancestors and their ability to evolve, adapt, navigate, and survive their own trauma responses and reactions. But perhaps our ancestors didn't have the language, understanding, or social acceptance to discuss challenge. But they had a grounding in wisdom traditions of connection with land, cultivation of spirit, and healing in family and community. The word trauma stems from the Greek word wound. These wounds are often pervasive. They're unseen, and they live in the crevices of our body, mind, and spirit. They stem from our experiences, the relationships we partake in, and a legacy of either direct or ancestral experiences. However, our current understanding of trauma in Western modes of treatment focus on diagnosis, symptom suppression, and cognitive approaches that do not consider the whole person. Martez and I are proposing a more integrative approach, a focus on healing and recovery that considers 3 pillars of health: our body, our mind, and our spirit. Indigenous cultures have long practiced an integrative stance to healing that restores balance and health, and there exists overlap with other ancient teachings from the North, the South, the East, and the West. My own personal healing practices are grounded in trauma-informed yoga, breathwork, movement, and meditation. Martez has her own unique specialty in body-oriented, also known as somatic approaches, which she will share with you momentarily. And we come together to intersect the mind-body trauma recovery fields with modern neuroscience and ancient traditions toward a new paradigm to treating trauma.
Trauma is not just what happened to you, but what happens inside of you as a result of what happened to you. 37 years ago, I experienced a literal crash course in trauma from a near fatal head-on collision where most of the right side of my body was broken. I began having normal bodily reactions to abnormal events from the accident. My body became hypersensitive and reactive. My mind struggled to process and cope, and my spirit felt lost and broken. My nervous system was dysregulated, and I found myself feeling fragmented and depressed, with not many available treatment options for trauma. This began my study of trauma to understand what was happening to me, because back in 1987, not much was known about trauma. That was actually the first of 4 motor vehicle accidents I experienced, which ultimately uncovered early adverse childhood experiences and intergenerational trauma that I was not aware of. I was later diagnosed with complex PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. And as a result, I learned firsthand the importance of an integrative process for treating my body, mind, and my spirit for my recovery, healing, and growth. Trauma often keeps us stuck in protective survival patterns rather than in a relaxed restorative states, which often contributes to illness and disease. For many, we continue to live in these states for years because we are not taught tools to support healthy nervous system regulation. Rebalancing the nervous system from trauma imprints helps create an environment for healthy human development and growth, and increases our capacity for restoration. Farah and I have learned through our own personal life experiences that trauma lives in the depths of our nervous system. The good news is that we can learn how to work with and be in control of our nervous system instead of being hijacked or victim to it. We can learn simple, actionable strategies to become friends with our nervous system, even when we are overwhelmed and reactive, helping us to move to calmer and regulated states. In our approach, we support learning ways to safely reset our nervous system. This may include movement practices like dancing, stretching, and singing. My personal practices consist of massage therapy, craniosacral therapy, shaking through trauma release exercises, sound and vibration, and animal-assisted therapy. Trauma is held in the body. So we need to discharge the energy from the body. For me, even a quick way to do a stress reset is by breathing in through the nose and out through the nose slowly for twice as long, because this helps to shift the nervous system to a more relaxed, restorative state. While Farah and I are trained in conventional Western medicines and best practices to support healing with the populations that we serve, it is through our own unique life journeys, through struggle, that led us to seeking other ways. We have unified these ways into formula to support others in their individualized healing journeys. Our personal and professional experience over decades confirms that the first steps to living an empowered life is through the body's nervous system. As a society, we have normalized trauma in so many ways, focusing on disease, symptomology, and cognitive approaches. However, I invite you to take a moment to consider and audit your own life challenges. In times of trauma, what helped you? Farah and I come together to create a new formula in the field of trauma treatment, one that integrates body, mind, and spirit, and the evidence of its efficacy is all around us.
As we move trauma through the body, we can also support the mind to create new neural pathways rather than being stuck in a loop of negative stories. Because even stories of challenge can have positive endings. In fact, stories have the power to heal. In our professional work and individual life experiences, we have worked with numerous clients whose stories illustrate our methodology in action and inspire us. Many of the people we have supported in various aspects of their life challenges have gone on to be supporters of healing to others. This is what we call the ripple effect. Each one of our stories, based on our indispensable formula, demonstrates the resilience of the body, mind, and human spirit to offer hope to those who may feel alone in their struggles. Each story is a reminder that while trauma is deeply personal, healing can be a shared experience. By hearing others' journeys, we can find validation and inspiration for our own. Healing from trauma is not a one-time event. It's an ongoing process of developing sustainable, long-term habits. In times of challenge, you may take a few minutes each day to hold space for mindfully expressing feelings. This may include writing, art, connecting with others. Identify what is your reset. Create rituals for grief. This may include music, crying. For me, this includes being in nature. We encourage you to find what fits for you, to rewire your body, mind, and spirit connection, and to reinforce a sense of safety, resilience, and self-compassion. Healing is not an individual journey. It's also a communal one, recognizing that we are all in this together. Whether you're a friend, family member, or professional, supporting others in their healing journey requires empathy, active listening, and a willingness to hold space for the diversity of our experiences. As we heal, we empower others to do the same, creating ripples of positive change that can shape our communities and beyond. So let us embrace this journey, not only for our own well-being, but also as a gift to the world around us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. What a powerful presentation. Thank you so much. I've been taking notes here. I've got like 3 pages of notes just based on what you've said. And I really appreciate you folks for coming and pulling back the veil a little bit on a new way of looking at trauma. May we have a question and answer time? Is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Sure.
Absolutely. I'm brimming with them, and I'm sure our audience is too. So much of what you said really, really resonated with me. And I would love to know what your perspective is on kind of the evolution of trauma care. you know, it seems to me you folks are at the leading edge of a new way of doing it. And how quickly has a way of perceiving trauma care changed? Like were we stagnant for 50 years and now suddenly there's been an opening that you're bringing to us, or what's the history, I guess, of trauma care? If we could boil it down into a soundbite or three.
So I think that yeah, it's a beautifully loaded question, Susan, but it's such a great question. So I think that really there are ways in, for instance, various cultures, what other ways of knowing, etc., that have been practiced for long periods of time. And they have been providing healing, they've been providing support and growth, and but there wasn't maybe a name or a terminology to it. But people had been surviving and doing all these things, right, for long periods of time. And then and maybe they were communal, maybe they were music and ritual and bringing people together, right, in various different ways of community. And then in other ways of knowing, Western evidence-based kinds of understanding, there's maybe focus on different ways of maybe more cognitive sorts of understandings about things. And in our perspective, in my professional training and the work I've done, I think there's also a beauty in recognizing that each way has its own individual gem. And so we really bring together these various ways of knowing and take the best of all traditions, right? And then how can we then support people to be their best selves? So the evolution of it, I think, is still ongoing in many different ways, but we're at a time now where I think with the emergence of the internet and connection with global communities and etc., that we have a greater openness to understanding what else is out there, and just kind of connecting with people in having that greater sense of understanding, and also related to that, a receptiveness to understand. So that's the huge part, right? That there may be different ways, but there's an openness to kind of collaborate, to understand the other. And I think that's I hope, our hope, the future of where this field will go.
That's hugely collaborative. Your approach is very collaborative, which I just love. And the other thing I'm kind of blown away by, because I think it makes such perfect sense, and yet it's incredibly revolutionary to include body, mind, and spirit in trauma care. Like, could you speak to us a little bit, either one of you, on, well, so is it just me that thinks that's a revolutionary approach, or broadly in the bigger world, is that a revolutionary thing? Like, I live in my bubble where, of course, it's body, mind, and spirit. Everybody I know includes spirit in healing, but my perception is out in the wider world that what you're doing is quite revolutionary. Is that right?
I think that it's becoming more and more understood that the trauma is basically lives in the body. And we need to have a somatic body-based approach that includes the mind and the spirit, because you can't separate body, mind, and spirit. I learned from my own experiences that, oftentimes I would go for emotional therapy and I would have body reactions. And also I would go for body therapy, such as, right? And I would have emotional responses. And then I would find that I would need to go to my faith-based to balance it out. And I recognized it was like needing to address the three pillars of my health: my body, my mind, and spirit, because to not focus on one was giving a depletion. And oftentimes people have said to me when they come for body work, is that they feel is the missing link, that we haven't included the body, because that is where our body will basically protect and go into holding patterns. And so it's important to be able to be informed on trauma and how it affects the body, mind, and spirit. Um, and I find that more and more people are becoming more and more open to recognizing this integration, that we can't separate mind from body from spirit, because each has its integrative unity, right? We are unified being, and we are spiritual beings having human experiences that from our mind as well as our body. And to all, I find too, the big piece oftentimes is that spiritual part is missing. And oftentimes their spiritual crisis, especially in indigenous cultures, they recognize that things would happen on a spirit level first, and it would, basically manifest in cognitive or physical illnesses or conditions. And often they call it spiritual illness. And oftentimes spiritual illness is looked at as mental health disease or disorders. But really it's a combination of all, because we can't separate those, the body, the mind, and the spirit. So we are
Yeah.
becoming more and more open to that.
Thank goodness.
Yes.
So much more powerful.
Yes. Yeah.
Recruiting all dimensions of who we are into our healing. I just love that.
Absolutely.
So you folks are getting ready to publish your book. It's very close to completion now. And I'd love to know more about why you decided to write a book. What's the purpose of the book in your work?
So I think that Martez and I actually came together in these different, I have more of a background in, the mental health realm, supporting people through narrative approaches, and through my own personal experiences, I started realizing it was through my own life-changing experiences around body work, and that I really realized that there was something that was missing in this whole way of supporting people. Because again, while I think narrative approaches are just so wonderful, there was these elements that, like we've been talking about, required integration. So Martez and I came together with our various lenses, and we were offering courses, and we were doing some trainings. And then the book really, for me, was this huge aspect of accessibility, because as we know that various aspects of care can be relatively cost inhibitive for some. And a book, and putting all of our understanding and knowledge down in a written form, was also one way for us to coalesce our work together, and share that more broadly, but also to make it accessible for a wide variety of populations who then might want to, or if they are able to, do further work or maybe delve a little deeper. But it's one way to kind of dip the toe in the water, and from a lens of understanding and growth, because we never want to push people to do work that they're not ready for or they're not interested in. So this is a way for understanding through the book, as well as it being accessible to a variety of audiences.
Yeah. And if I may add too, part of what the collaboration of Farah and I is to bring mind, body, and spirit awareness to the treatment of trauma. Because as healthcare practitioners, we have our scopes of practice, and yet there's not enough training in trauma treatment. And yet, people may be coming in with physical things or emotional things, but underlying it is typically trauma to whatever degree. But yet we don't have the trainings as available to us, especially people who work with the body as opposed to people who work with the mind, and integrating those professionals to understand what happens in the various aspects of our three pillars of health. So we came together to help others to learn about what actually happens within our body in trauma on the level of the body, mind, and spirit, but also as practitioners when we are working with people, how to be able to best serve them with an understanding of what's going on in body, mind, and spirit.
So your reader isn't just the general public, but also practitioners, people who work in medical fields particularly, or mental health fields, to have a broader understanding maybe of how trauma might be affecting what the symptoms, whatever they're seeing.
Absolutely. And actually, it's anybody in helping professions as well. Sometimes they're social workers, teachers, therapists themselves, people who are in work in trauma exposed environments, right? A lot of times we are not taught about trauma in this manner.
Well, the individual themselves might not know that that they're, I don't want to say struggling with trauma, but okay, I wrote this down. Trauma is not what happened to you, but what happens inside you as a result of a traumatic incident. Did I catch that right?
Yes, you did, Susan.
So an individual may not be consciously aware that the traumatic incident is echoing through their lives somehow. So I think that's a really important point, is that you might not even be aware that you're whatever's happening in your life has been impacted by a traumatic incident. I'd love you to talk more about that, because I just think that's a fascinating concept.
Exactly. So in my case, when I first experienced that head-on collision years ago, and most of the right side of my body was broken, I actually back then they weren't covering. They would cover my physical therapy. They would not cover my psychotherapy, and I actually fought to get coverage. That was back then. Now it's a common thing. But what was happening is, as a result of, I started to get into a depression. I started to get psychotherapy, and all of a sudden, as a result of my psychotherapy, I started to uh, remember adverse early childhood experiences, as well as intergenerational traumas that I didn't realize were actually keeping my nervous system in a state of hyperactivity and hypervigilance.
Wow.
And I didn't know the difference at that point, because that was just a lived experience that I was familiar with. And I was living in a heightened state of activation in my nervous system, thinking that it was normal. And it wasn't until having the body work and the soft, gentle touch and the relaxing of my body that the emotional stuff started to come up. And I was able to have therapists that did at that time know a little bit, that helped me guide me through those experiences. And so working with like that integrative approach helped me to be able to transform that trauma. And to this day, I don't have the same activation that I used to have. So oftentimes, as I said, we are living in it and we don't realize it until we are actually in calmer states of our nervous system. And it doesn't help that our society right now is so busy and so fast, and there's so much, stimulus, and so many, things that are creating this lack of attention. And that lack of attention actually activates our stress system and heightens us. And then that unfortunately can contribute to illness and disease. And then we tend to focus on the symptoms rather than the nervous system, because the symptoms are basically showing that the nervous system's dysregulated.
Wow. So it's your body speaking to you.
It is.
And I would add to that. See, I had very similar responses of living in sympathetic system, and thinking it was very totally normal, right? Keep going, going, going. And like Martez was saying, our society encourages that, right? In so many different ways around continuing to just be and continuing to do. And it's actually that stopping and that pause, right? Where the greatest understanding and awareness can develop. But to get to that place when our body has been in a state of arousal a great deal of the time. And Susan, you kind of brought this point earlier when you said a lot of times we're not aware of it. So our approach is really on how do we heighten and understand, like develop that awareness from a safe place, because we also don't want it to come flooding in so fast that we don't have the tools and the capacity. Because the reality is that people have to continue to live their everyday lives, right? And if you overflood the system too quickly, that too can be not healthy, right? So we're offering approaches that are slow, steady, meeting people where they're at, collaborative in nature, and that people enjoy. Because if we're saying, you know what, go out and do a 3-hour walk and you hate walking, then that's not your thing, right? So really kind of working with people's strengths as well and what they enjoy.
I can see the importance of having a guide on this journey, because I can imagine that if someone has some very, very, very deep-seated traumatic experience buried in their body, and then it suddenly is whooshing out, then they can't capacitate that information mentally and emotionally. Like you need someone to assist you to interpret all of that so that you can live a healthy life. And I'm so grateful to you folks for doing that work. Like that's hugely important work. Yeah.
Thank you. No, it's very true. And you know, one of the things that we all have in common, and we all have a nervous system, but we're not taught enough about our nervous system and how to regulate our nervous system when our stress system gets activated, right? And so what we help people to learn is how to regulate your nervous system, taking you from your stress and reactive state into our calmer, restorative part of our nervous system, which is where we should be living and our systems of growing and thriving. But as we said, we live in a society that is very busy, very rushed, and very, got to get it done yesterday mentality, and not recognizing the importance of, treating body, mind, and spirit, getting back into nature, getting back into community. All of these things are so important and conducive to healing and regulating and co-regulating our nervous systems.
Yeah. And so from a professional capacity, are you speaking on stages already about this? Is this, part of what you're doing with your wisdom? There was a question that I've just seen here, whether you've spoken on a summit, such as the Post-Traumatic Growth Summit, or would you be open to?
Yes, and I'm not sure, but yesterday actually it was 2 days ago, I actually spoke for the Badge of Life conference in Barrie, Ontario, Canada, which is a conference on post-traumatic growth for healthcare and first responders. And I spoke about TRE, which is tension trauma releasing exercises, which help to activate our body's natural recovery response to be able to release held stress and tension patterns in our body. And these are one of the modalities that we are sharing in our book, and hopefully to be doing further training along with trauma-informed yoga, which is what Farah specializes in.
So there are a lot of tools that are available, and it's just wonderful that you're making that available to people, letting people know about it. Because I mean, I've never heard of TRE before I met you folks. To know that was that's a thing. Like there's actually something you can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and this is the thing. There are so many tools that are out there. And I think that the really beauty of this is we can also work with the strengths and the things that people enjoy themselves to make that a tool in your life. So it's really about finding ways that fit for each person. And then we help to make those accessible, doable, realistic, and tangible in one's life. And so the book has really been a way to kind of coalesce and bring those things together in like
encapsulate it, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah. Another question I think is an interesting one is, does what people choose to read or watch on videos or screens, does that have an impact on trauma, on one's experience of trauma?
Such a beautiful question.
Yes.
Yes, the short answer is absolutely yes. So this is this piece around just really being cognizant and the awareness piece, right, that we were talking about earlier, because oftentimes things are just flooding at us all the time and we're overwhelmed with what's out there. And if we're being really realistic, I was just speaking with somebody yesterday and they told me about a news network that actually publishes things that are positive, because the reality is that the stuff that we're attuned to and what's happening around us right now is just floods our nervous systems, right, in so many different ways. So yeah, really being cognizant about what we're attuning to if we do, and nobody's saying don't be aware of what's happening in the world, right? Because we need to know those things too. But can we do those things in micro bits, right? That's manageable. When we're in a state that then we can be aware of it and then bring ourselves back to our balanced state. So these are all these aspects that we've been kind of talking about today, is that we have to be and live in the world, right? But then how do we kind of come back into our own grounded center as well?
And it's like a diet. What are you putting into your body? What are you taking in on your senses, right? And if you're watching very stimulating, violent, catastrophic types of so-called entertaining movies, what is that doing to your system, right? Also, what is the kind of, music or noise levels and so on that you're taking things in on? Even sometimes before bed, looking at screen, that light, it's actually activating your brain thinking that it's daylight. So it's going to take longer for your body to slow down and shift into that sleep pattern. So these are things that we don't recognize. What are we ingesting with our environment? What are we taking in? What are we feeding our system?
I love that. I scan the headlines for the good news, for the interesting news. But I guarantee, like, I don't look at news much anymore because I know exactly what's going to be in there. There's going to be somebody has been shot, somebody has been stabbed. There will have been multiple car accidents all over the place. There'll be some political crisis somewhere where people are being nasty to each other in politics. I mean, that's the news. That's not news because it's the same news every single day. Like, it's not news. It's not new. It's all a rehash of the same old stories over and over again. And so I've made that decision myself that's not nourishing for me. And there are so many opportunities elsewhere to nourish, I guess I would call it my nervous system, that's not something that I want to choose to put in because it's just upsetting and it's numbing.
Yes, and we can become desensitized to things, very desensitized. And that can just put us either, that desensitization can put us in a hyper state in our nervous system or a hypo state. So a hyper state into that state of, almost those states of anxiety, that hyperactivity, or those hypo states of feeling, kind of frozen or deer in the headlights or fatigued, that you don't have the energy. So it is actually affecting our energy levels, right? And again, would you be drinking caffeine constantly throughout your whole day and expect yourself to be able to relax, right? Or other stimulating substances. So thinking about what are the stimuluses in my environment? What am I taking in my, in sound, in sight, in environment?
Wow. And is it supporting healing or not?
Yes. Yeah, because we have basically two parts of our nervous system, our stress system, which we want for real life situations. We just don't want to be living there all the time. And these things can actually keep us in that state of thinking that everything is a crisis and that we have to be on alert. As opposed to going out in nature, and being in nature helps to calm your nervous system because the energy of nature is at such a peaceful level, grounding level, that it actually regulates your nervous system. Or being with people that you love, or in that state of love, that takes you into that other part of your nervous system where you feel safety and security and connection, right? And you are in a more creative, open, relaxed state of being.
Wow. Okay, so here's another question then. Could someone heal themselves with trauma simply by spending more time in nature, for example? Like, is that enough, or do we need guides?
I've
And
even heard of people putting themselves in a state where they're only watching comedy, laughing all the time. That's shifting their physiology and actually heals them from disease. Because when you are in that restorative state, you are actually bathing in the feel-good hormones of your system, rather than the stress hormones when we're in that stress state, that sympathetic state. So yes, absolutely. The body, when you're in that state, has the capacity to heal. But when it's in the stress system, though, the other system is like it goes offline. It's
wow.
not able to work at its optimal capacity. So healing takes longer. But if we allow ourselves to go into those states, then your healing system comes back in online.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely, right? So there's definitely healing, and even the definition of the word healing, or how do we know that we fully healed, right? That opens up a whole other sort of kind of a box. But yeah, definitely through the body and being is definitely a step, right? And a huge necessary first step. And then for others, there may be then okay, and now what's really unpacking and unlayering? And it's a constant, continual process for some. And for others, that's enough. So again, just what do people need? What do they want? How do we meet them where they're at, right? And what for many, that's it. That would be it. And for others, there might be a need to understand and unpack even more, right?
Yeah, and having an awareness, being taught different tools. We can't do what we don't know. And if we're not aware of it, you know, we won't be able to do those things. So when you learn, when you know better, you can do better. So teaching people about their nervous system, what I call nervous system health and regulation, and tools to recognize when you are, in that stress state, how to self-regulate and rebalance your nervous system to the restorative part of our nervous system is key. This is something that we should all be taught.
Wow. Oh, no kidding. Everybody needs your book. This is incredible. And what I love about it is it's so incredibly empowering for people to be able to be in charge of their own healing, to be able to flip that switch themselves, or at least have tools available to mitigate the kind of the crummy things, the impact of the crummy things that have happened, because we've all got stuff that has happened that has impacted our lives, that have created that internal trauma, that internal messiness that manifests as an unhappy life. So I really appreciate that. I'm wondering whether you feel the process of writing about this has impacted your perception of it at all, or of your life or your business. In writing your book, has this changed how you perceive trauma, or even perceive business, or even your own identity? Has that had an impact at all, do you think?
So for me, I think that definitely writing the book has been a fully transformative experience on its own, in that it brought together different aspects of all the work that I've done, all my, personal kind of journeys as well, to kind of write it down and see it all kind of coming together in written form, right? In so many different ways. So that was an evolution definitely itself. And then, the first question that you asked around the spirituality piece, definitely in the kinds of spaces that I have worked in, those are not things that they're just very seen as woo-woo out there. Like, we just don't touch those areas of supporting and healing and helping others. So for me, this has definitely been this wonderful aspect of being authentic and being true to kind of the work that I do, because in various aspects, there's the professional element, and then there's the other aspects of training that happen in different worlds, right? So this has been an integration process for myself too. So that's been beautiful.
Oh, lovely.
It has definitely been a transformative experience for myself as well. These are things that I've lived with for so many years, personally as well as in my practice. And the process of writing this book and bringing it all together, and collaborating with Farah, has been a truly transformational experience for me, because it further ingrained in me the importance, not only for myself, but when Farah and I have collaborated, and the stuff that comes up for us, it's just been so magnificent, and it just reinforces the importance of this work, and how it is integrative, and it's also collaborative, and healing also happens in community and in connection with others. It's not done in isolation, right? So it's been an incredible process, and then to be able to take that and continue to share that with the clients that I serve, or the people that I teach in trainings as well. It just further reinforces that, yes, this is really how I believe the healing of the future.
Definitely. I love it. So would you be able to read a little bit from your manuscript at all? Can we have a snippet?
Sure.
Absolutely.
Okay. So we're going to read a section from our book on self-care and self-love. So we begin with a quote: "An empty lantern provides no light. Self-care is the fuel that allows your light to shine brightly." The author is unknown. Self-care can often evoke thoughts of pampering, self-indulgence, or being selfish. These are unfortunate misconceptions that do not recognize or acknowledge the importance and necessity that self-care plays in our biopsychosocial spiritual health and well-being. Ultimately, it is self-preservation, self-protection, and self-defense against stress and illness. According to the World Health Organization, self-care is the ability of individuals, families, and communities to promote health, prevent disease, maintain health, and to cope with illness and disability, with or without the support of a healthcare provider. What we appreciate about the above definition is that it acknowledges that self-care goes beyond an individual's responsibility, but also includes families, communities, and may we add employers and workplaces. We have been experiencing and operating at unprecedented levels of stress in the past several years, and as a result, we have epic levels of stress-related illnesses and conditions. This often results in high levels of compassion fatigue, vicarious trauma, and burnout that can show up in high levels of employee absenteeism, stress leave, and has further implications on ourselves, families, and communities in which we reside. We have seen a marked increase of this in our professional practice and experience. It is no longer an occasional occurrence. There has been a definite upsurge in people not able to manage the high levels of accumulating stress and trauma in their lives. And we see the manifestation of that as disease accumulation in their body, mind, and spirit. Self-care can often bring up guilty feelings, and some helping professionals have trouble accepting the importance of self-care until it creeps up on them or their body stops them through illness or disease. Integrative, holistic healthcare approaches include self-care to maintain optimal health. It also implies the integrating of biopsychosocial spiritual, also known as body, mind, and spirit, states of individuals for their resiliency and recovery. Self-care enables an individual to self-manage and self-regulate one's physical and body, mind, and spirit. This is done through accessing the full spectrum of the being, through rebalancing and resetting one's nervous system for optimal health and better quality of life. Self-care is also a form of self-love for self-preservation. It is time to reframe how we think and relate to it and create a healthy relationship with ourselves that supports and nurtures safe and effective use of self. It is of such great importance that it is required by our regulatory colleges as a core competency for practicing. We are required to be healthy in body, mind, and spirit to work and live effectively. Through awareness and learned capacity, we can better understand and recognize our own subjective perspectives and patterns to ensure that they align with preserving a healthy relationship with self. This ultimately transfers from being in our best or optimal health and ripples out to our interactions with those who we love, serve, and care for.
It's important to have trauma care tools and resources to help with your responsiveness to acute, chronic, stressful, and traumatic experiences. Tools to help to support recovery, restoration building approaches for our biopsychosocial spiritual well-being. This integrative approach empowers individuals who experience trauma how to self-regulate and support themselves and others to manage the effects of various types of stress, trauma, post-traumatic stress injury, or disorder. We would like to highlight some of the effective modalities that we have experienced or include in our personal and professional practice. Similar to the 3 pillars of health, we invite you to consider the 3 levels of self-care. 1, being personal, 2, being professional, and 3, group or community. We would like to share tools that may not be as well known, but by which we have witnessed some wonderful results and we use personally and professionally and would like to recommend. On the personal level, these are things that you do for yourself on your own, such as meditation, prayer, reflection, journaling, art, movement, silent retreats. On the second level of professional services, where you are in a one-on-one therapeutic relationship with a professional such as a psychotherapist, massage therapy, cranial sacrotherapy, trauma-informed yoga, tension trauma releasing exercises. Our third level of self-care is the group or community activities, such as group therapy, sweat lodges, forest walks, animal-assisted therapy, and others. It is important to have an assortment of integrative tools to draw from, as it is not a one modality fits all in the treatment of trauma. And it is essential to have tools you are comfortable with that you can access for different experiences. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a stirring reading. I just to kind of wrap us up for today, I wonder if there are any closing wishes for humanity that you might want to leave us with, or any closing thoughts for people.
I think mine will be very short and simple, but essentially that I think that sometimes we're not, each one of us, we're not aware that these very simple things that we do for ourselves really resonate into everything we do. So in our families, in our workplaces, how we go to work, it's that simple. I didn't freak out at my child or my partner because I was stressed. That's impacting their nervous systems. They're co-regulating with us in a different way. So it's these simple aspects of of self-care and taking care of ourselves through our nervous system and regulation that can just ripple out in so many different ways. Because then impact that changes how then they interact with the next person and the next person and the next person.
Yeah. And I totally support 100% that same thing. I often say it's the micro practices that we don't, self-care doesn't have to be meaning to carve out a large amount of time. It's the little things like breathing, the little things of the awareness, right? Of just, putting your body into an open position, right? Because what we do when we do these practices, as we said earlier, it empowers others to do the same. And we heal one person at a time. We begin with ourselves, but it does have that ripple effect. And as we heal ourselves, we're helping humanity in its healing of the collective.
Wow, that's so powerful. Thank you so much, Farah and Martez. I so honor the work that you're doing in the world, and so grateful that you've written a book now that we can share all of that with thousands and thousands and millions of people. Like, that's just such an incredible tool. And having the courage to step into that and be willing to do the work that it takes to write a good book. I mean, it's not something you just sit down in an afternoon and suddenly there's a full book appears. Like, it's a real craft to do that. And I'm so grateful to you for stepping into that for all of us. Thank you. And thank you for being here too today. Such a wonder to have you, and very grateful to see you and be with you. And we will definitely stay connected.
Thank
Absolutely.
you for all your encouragement and support as well along the journey.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you to everyone for being here today.
Thank you.
My pleasure and an honor.
So we're going to take a little break and come back in, well, at 1:45. How about we say 1:45, 11 if you're in the Pacific time zone, and 1:45 if you are in the Eastern time zone. And if you're in between or beyond those boundaries, then I'm sorry that I don't do I don't do time zone math very well. So I'll leave it to you to figure that out. But we'll come back at 1:45, have a little break. And after the break, we are going to be hearing from Marian Egan. So we'll see you soon.
Live.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good break. I hope you got some deep breathing in, maybe a little bit of a walk, perhaps, get a little exercise, get the body moving. So we're glad to be back. We have another wonderful speaker lined up for you, and I am so thrilled to be able to introduce Marian Egan. And for those of you who haven't met Marian before, I'm going to tell you a little bit about her. Marian provides solutions to physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual unease. With 30 plus years as a holistic practitioner, she's qualified in many modalities, including kinesiology, reflexology, life coaching, NLP, hypnotherapy, Reiki. She's an emotion code practitioner, an artist, an author, a course creator, an international speaker, the CEO of Transformation Health, and the founder of Heart Art Magic. Marion is the author of Love to Change, Then Change to Love. And in 2010, she published the Healing Card Deck from personal paintings, which have currently been sold in 19 countries. And the card deck course is accredited with the International Kinesiology College's Personal Development School. So this is a lady of many, many accomplishments, and I'm so honored to welcome you, Marion, to our stage, and really looking forward to hearing what you have to say for us.
Thank you, sir. Thank
Give me a second, Mary, and I'll give you a signal, okay?
you. Okay. Let me ask you this. Have you ever felt powerless, defeated, and destroyed? That's how I felt as an 8-year-old when I witnessed my 3-year-old brother being killed by a double-decker bus. Two months earlier, as I played with my best friend Derek, he also was fatally killed by a double-decker bus. So I took on blame, shame, grief, regret. I was asked that day to mind my brother. That was my job. I didn't do my job. So I blamed myself. And that blame went on for years and years. I learned how to suppress the feelings. And you know yourself, suppression leads to depression. So when my brother died, I died inside. And I felt totally lost. But I realize now, as a healthcare practitioner, I was in the fight-flight mode, right? That is your survival. So I had to go into survival mode, and you cannot live there. So having been a holistic practitioner for 30 plus years, I know the damage that this does. When you think about it, your thinking emits an electrical signal, right? And your feeling emits a magnetic signal. So therefore, we are electromagnetic beings. And what you think about, you bring about. If it's got to be, it's up to me. Awareness is the key to freedom. And I want you to write this down. Write down the word now. And then I want you to spell it backwards. So when you live in the now, you have one. Write this word down. Fail. For all I've learned, that's what fail stands for. So I have learned over the years to fail my way to freedom. So at age 12, I unfortunately was knocked down by a car. I don't remember it to this day. I have no memory of it. And when I woke up in the hospital, my parents were there, but I didn't know them. And I just felt lost all over again. And when my parents brought me home to the family, I had 6 siblings, I went home to a house full of other children. I didn't know them. I didn't know me. So when I was 14, my appendix ruptured and burst. Now, I did get to the emergency room just about in time. I spent a few months in hospital. But I know that I created that dis-ease within me because I was living in that beta dimension wavelength.
of blame, shame, the fight-flight mode. And that grief and regret, it's not something that you should live in because it is destroying. So then, at age 35, guess what? I was knocked down again. Just to be sure, you know. This time, I actually was out cycling on my bike. I came across my neighbor who had just given birth to her second child. And she'd only come home from hospital the day before. And she had her toddler with her. I looked up, I saw a car coming. And by the time it registered in my brain, the car hit both of us. I was lucky I had my bike because my bike took the impact. My bike was mangled. I wasn't physically, thank God, but my neighbor was. And when I could get myself up off the ground, I went to pick up the toddler. And he had that beautiful curly blonde hair that my brother had. And of course, that brought all those emotions back. It came flooding up like a volcano. And you know, if you think about the word, it surfaced. If you think about the word surface, the last four letters is FACE. So now I had to face what I had been attempting to keep under wraps. And I could no longer do that. It came up like a volcano. But you know, everything happens for a reason. And in hindsight, it was probably the best thing that ever happened because it allowed me to address what I couldn't face. So if you think about, you know, tension in your body will cause pain. And T is for tension. And if the body can cause pain, equally, the body can release it. And it can fix itself. And the body has an innate intelligence to heal itself. So it can do that. And it does that automatically without instruction. But when you're living in that beta, fight, flight, flee, flock, faint mode, cortisol is running through your system, so your body cannot actually heal. So it's really, really important not to live there. But pain is an indicator, and it's really, really good because some people don't get pain and they don't get any, signals that something's gone wrong inside of them. But your body will let you know. That's your body saying, excuse me, can you have a look at this? Because this is not right. This is hurting me, and you need to have a look at this. So you need to look inside of yourself. Now, also at age 35, a wonderful thing happened. I started and I learned how to paint. So I went to painting classes, and it was just a 10-week course. And after the 10 weeks, a few of us got together and we met every week and we painted every week, and we started the Abbey Art Group, which is still going to this day. But painting really saved me because, you know, okay, so what do you get if you put, like, if T is for tension, what do you get when you put a T at the end of pain? Paint, yeah. So, and it literally helped me express what I was trying to suppress, okay? But then I started painting from the subconscious when I started heart art. And I call it heart art magic. The magic is my acronym for my ability to go into my center, because that's where the magic happens. We have the answers within us. I had the answers within me, but I couldn't see them. It's like you can't see the wood for the trees. Could not see them. And the issues are stored in our tissues. Whatever happens to us, it gets stored. It's filed somewhere in your brain, in your body. The painting allowed me to express, and it allowed me to let it out. And it releases and let it go. So I'm the founder of Heart Art Magic. I'm so grateful for that because that really saved me. And as a result of that, I published my book, Love to Change and Change to Love. Because It's all about liking and loving yourself. But during COVID, my poor 95-year-old mom got COVID and pneumonia at the same time. And to add to that dilemma, my daughter informed me of her cancer diagnosis. And my daughter wanted me to be her mom, not her therapist, which was totally understandable. So I did the best thing I could think of. I did a healing painting for Jenny and for Mom, and I sent the energy of the painting to both of them. Because, you know, at that time we couldn't travel. They both got well. Now they had their conventional treatments as well, but I was just so grateful. So as I painted and as I created my card deck, I got the inspiration, and it was just so quick and so impactful. Create a card deck with your images. And I'm saying, oh my gosh, how do you create a card deck? I have no idea. But I did it. And when I created the deck, I didn't know how they worked. So I had to figure out, well, how do they work? So I rang a client and I said, Lauren, I've created these cards. Have you any pain in your body? And she said, yes, my back is killing me. And I said, well, if 10 is the worst scenario, where is it on that level? And she said, it's a level 7. I did the cards with her, and lo and behold, pain went away. So then I got people on Zoom and I asked, could I record this session? And we did. And hip pain, foot pain, neck pain, stress, anxiety, all were released and eliminated. And I was saying, gosh, this is just, you know, it's incredible. So what was designed for 2 people is now helping hundreds. My cards have an image on one side. I created a message on the reverse side and a frequency number. And we are all frequencies. So the frequency number stops the cortisol running in the body. And this is how I realized. So when the cortisol is gone, the dopamine, serotonin, melatonin floods the system, and that's where the healing happens. So that rewires new neurological pathways in your brain, and it shuts down the cortisol. When melatonin is running, there are a couple of one of the studies, and there's a few on melatonin. It says one of the scientific facts about melatonin is it promotes DNA damage and replication. That was fascinating. My decks have just become a self-healing tool. That's all they are. And after my mom passed, she passed just before her 97th birthday. She came to me in a dream. And in the dream, she gave me this massive hug. And that inspired me to create the next deck, which I called I Dreamed a Dream. And then I was also inspired to do a third deck, again after a dream that Mom came to me. And I think she wants to be in every deck. She really does. But my third deck is, it's based on the paintings in my book. And I called the deck Beyond Transformation. And then one day I was looking at a video of Dr. Joe Dispenza, and he talks about we need to go beyond ourselves, because he has such amazing research on when he does his meditation and he's teaching people how to heal themselves. And he said, we need to go beyond the third, beyond transformation into the 5th dimension. My third deck is called Beyond Transformation. My 4th deck is called the 5th dimension. And I just felt he was ticking the boxes for me to say, look, what you're doing is right and it works. And his book, you should look up his book, Becoming a Supernatural, fantastic book. But what it's doing is it's, as I say, rewiring the neurological pathways in the brain. So Jim Rohn, some of you remember Jim Rohn, he says, our lives don't get better by chance, our lives get better by change. And Gandhi said, become the change you want to see in the world. What I say is start with one simple change, and a card a day will show you the way. I wrote a poem for myself. I called it Forgiveness for Freedom. I forgive myself for all the times I did not like myself. I forgive myself for all the times I did not love myself. I forgive myself for all my faults and failures. I forgive myself for not liking anyone. I forgive myself and others for not liking me. And I forgive myself and them for me to be free. So I had to forgive myself. And when I did that, it made a massive difference. So I'm going to leave you with what I call my personal GPS system. Okay. You know what a GPS is? Your sat nav. It gets you to where you want to go, get you on your journey. My decks are my GPS system. It's for guidance, pioneering solutions. And when you set your intention for what you want and where you want to be, and then this is your own pioneering journey. You know where you want to go, and it'll help you to get there. And the solutions are there when you're in that fifth dimension. You're connected to source. So you are the creator of your desired outcome. You create your own future. You are the master of your own destiny. If not you, who? So what happened when I was 8 to find my future? And I'm so grateful for the actions that I took. So when you love to change, then change to love. Liking and loving yourself is the best gift that you can give yourself and others. So write this down, motivation. And put a C after the A. Motive action. Motivation is not enough. You need the action to make it happen. So make what you want in life happen for you with the action that you take. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion.
Where do you want to sit?
Wonderful. Either
Here.
one is fine. So we're going to have a little chat now, Marion and I, a little question and answer. What a stirring talk, Marion. And thank you so much for sharing a pretty traumatic background that you've had.
Yes, but it made me who I am today.
For sure. Yeah. Which came through beautifully in what you had to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just wondering about how you came to realize that, or did you ever realize that you had experienced trauma? Like, were you consciously aware that you'd been, I don't want to say traumatized because that's maybe there's a little charge on that, but did you realize the depth of the impact of the experiences you had?
I just knew that I didn't do what I was told. I was asked to mind my brother and I didn't keep him safe.
Oh, you poor sweet honey. I just feel so sorry. But that's what we do as children and as adults quite often too.
Yeah. And I was so young, and I couldn't, like the wisdom I have now, obviously, with age. But back then, no. And that's when I started disliking who I was. I didn't like myself. I didn't love myself. Didn't know how,
And yet it was that fortunate second bump, traumatic bump that happened that maybe nudged you, would you say, onto a healing path?
Yeah, well, what nudged me onto the healing path was I was feeling so bad inside. I had to find a way to feel good, So, I started off in the fitness industry, but I didn't go back to train for that until I was 40, and when the children were a lot older. And so qualified in that. And then I did my reflexology and then kinesiology. And it's been, looking for how can I feel good inside? That's the key thing, was looking to see. And I couldn't understand how someone could like me. I couldn't like myself. How can anybody like me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
and if we don't like ourselves, why would anybody else like us?
Exactly.
I guess is
Yeah.
part of the thinking that we go through.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then finding painting,
Oh,
lifesaver from the sounds of things.
it is. And, when you think about, when I'm doing my heart art, I paint with my hands, right? So I'm literally feeling the paint. Okay.
Oh, you don't use a brush?
Oh, well, I can use a brush, but I
Oh.
start off with my hands.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah. I have a
Ah.
YouTube channel so anybody can see, because I actually film myself painting, because I like to look back and say, where did I start? How did it come? How did this ended image come about? So I film myself and then I can play it back. So I have those on my YouTube channel.
Oh,
Yeah, but you're feeling the pain. So you're actually expressing what you're feeling. Now the feeling is outside of the body. So each painting I did released the tension, the guilt, the grief, the regret, all of that. But it's taken, it's taken a while.
well, you mentioned something to me the other day about getting the pain outside of your body.
Yeah.
And it seems to me there's something in that action of painting that is releasing it or leading it out of the body and into a different physical space.
Yeah, well, it takes now the feeling that you had is now outside of you. It's on the canvas or on the paper, whatever you're doing. It can just even be a pencil sketch. It can be anything. But when you have the intention of letting go of how you're feeling, so get in touch with your feeling first. Notice how you're feeling. Then I do meditation first, and then I paint. And I never know what's going to come through. I have no idea. I have no set intention or no set image. The image comes through with the way I'm feeling. So I'm painting my feelings.
So you're not saying, okay, I'm going to paint a bird.
No.
And how do I do the bird? It's just, I don't know what I'm painting.
No, I'm just painting my feelings. And that's why I like to use my hands, because it's so freeing. When I do that initial background, then I might see something in the painting. In fact, I looked at one of my paintings in my book today or yesterday, and I saw something new, which I didn't see before, So it's still revealing itself. So it's just when I do see something coming out, then I'll take a brush and then I'll paint it out if it wants to come through.
And at what point do the numbers come in? Because you've got, I guess they're frequency numbers is what you would call those. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, when I was doing my messages for my image, I was looking at the image, and I've been using frequency numbers for many years in my practice, right? Mm. And I looked at my painting and I said, this painting has a frequency. And I said, okay, well, if it has a frequency, what is the frequency? Mm. So I took each image and I created the frequency of that image.
When you say that, what do you mean?
So I looked at the image.
Yeah.
And so I used muscle testing to see, well, what is the first digit?
With a background in kinesiology, that makes sense.
Yeah. So I got the first digit and then say, okay, well, what's the second digit? What's the third? And I kept going until there was no more digits. So it was universal connection of connecting to that painting that gave me the frequency of that image. And I was just so blown away by the first time I used it that, somebody's pain could go in such a few minutes. It was incredible. But then when it happened time and time again, and every time I've used them, that's what happened.
This is so interesting to me. So you didn't sit down and say, okay, I'm going to design a tool for getting rid of body pain, and it's going to be pictures and frequency numbers, and we'll put them together and that'll take the pain away.
No, it was literally the pure and utter going from the desperation of my mom being so sick and her doctor saying, this is not a good idea. It's not good because she was already on oxygen 24/7 at 95. And then when my daughter told me of her cancer diagnosis, so it was pure and utter desperation. And out of that desperation came the inspiration. But that's why I'm so grateful that, I could connect to that source that said, it was like as if somebody said, which now I didn't hear any words, but I got the message.
The knowing,
literally knowing, create a card deck. And I said, how do I create a card deck? I have no idea. But I did. I found a way.
And so can we ask about that process a little bit? Because I imagine there are a lot of people out there who've thought, gee, I'd like to make an oracle deck someday. But nobody knows how to do that. I would assume. I don't know how to make an oracle deck.
No, but I think there are a lot of people that have expertise. And I feel that, when I see what my decks have done, not for me, but for other people, and for the fact that I've created it is fantastic, but everybody has expertise. So what is your expertise first and foremost? What are you good at? How can you convey that message in a card system. So it can be a message, it can be, for me, it was an image, and then I wanted a message to go with the image, you know, and then the frequency number came in at the end. So how can you create a card deck in your own area of expertise that will educate the rest of us?
And you happen to be able to create the visual aspect of each card.
Yeah,
So other people will have to find their way to the visual.
yeah. But there's lots of visuals I'm sure that people can use, you know.
Yeah.
And I know a number of people who are creating their own card decks with other, again, being inspired to do it, you know, and they're doing it in their own way. So everybody will bring to the table their own expertise in their own way that feels right for them.
And that word inspired really encapsulates how you did that too. You were inspired to do that.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I'm so grateful for that, you know, like really nothing can, there's no words that I can say that can give me the gratitude for being given that inspiration. And look what's come of it. Look what's come out of that desperate situation. It's a self-healing tool that now can help people to use for themselves.
And you never set out to do that.
No.
It wasn't a goal.
No, no.
Yeah, that's remarkable, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And then the book, the book is mostly the images in the book are mostly, actually, maybe could you hold up the book then and show? Because it's absolutely beautiful what Marion has done.
So the book has about 100 paintings in there.
Yeah.
So every second page is a painting that I did.
With a message.
With a message. And then underneath the message, I actually wrote what I experienced the day I painted it. I was actually in a lot of pain while I was making these images. But every time I made the image, the pain lessened, which was interesting, you know. But some of the images brought me to my knees, you know, and some didn't resonate at all, but they were there and I created them and it was a coach I had at the time actually asked me, you know, would I tell my story? But my story was very raw, you know, and it's not easy to speak about. But I kept saying, no, there's no way. I'm not a writer anyway. There's no way I could do that. And then one morning I was exercising and I was watching TV as I was exercising, and the person said, you now have 3 weeks left to write your own book competition. Right. So I kind of said to
This
myself,
was on the radio or
it was actually TV.
Oh, on TV.
TV,
Okay.
yeah. And I said to myself, okay, is that a sign?
3
Is that a
weeks.
message? 3 weeks, yeah. But you see, I had all the paintings done. I had written how I felt on the back of each painting. So I had all the material.
That's interesting. So you wrote it as you were doing each painting, you wrote your feelings.
When I was finished painting, yeah. And when the painting was dry enough, I wrote down how I felt on the back of each painting. So I had the makings of a book.
Right.
So I just said, okay, I'll do it. So I did.
Brilliant. And how did you know how many paintings to put in? Like, did you know?
No, I didn't really.
No.
No, I just did it. Yeah. Yeah. And there's some paintings in there that I'm not proud of. You know, I mean, they just don't look, but it's not about the look of it. It's about how it allowed me to express myself.
Well, and it's about the frequency that it carries too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So at what point did the card decks come in? Or the first card deck particularly?
The first one, when Jenny and Mom got sick.
Okay, so that's before the book.
Oh yeah, the book I
Ah.
published in 2010.
Okay.
Yeah. So the card decks are 2019, I started the card decks. Yeah. So it was 2020 before I actually had the card deck printed and started using.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So you've learned a lot about publishing processes and printing processes then, I would think.
I have, yeah. And it's not, it's not easy, but again, you need to talk to someone that can help with that, because I reached out to ask for help on how do I create a card deck. And I did a card deck course. So that enabled me to make the cards.
There, you took a course in how
Course,
to
and
create a card deck?
how to create a card
Oh, I've
deck.
never seen one of those. That
Yeah.
sounds very interesting.
Queen of Card Decks lives here in the United States.
Ah,
Yeah.
creative card decks, it's called.
No, well,
Oh, create a
the-
card decks.
to create a card deck, yeah.
Oh.
And the thing about it is, it was within 24 hours of me getting the message of creating the card deck that I was given this lady's number.
Of course.
So if I was asked to create the card deck, then I got the way of doing it in 24 hours. And then I started doing it. It wasn't easy, Susan.
No,
I mean, it really wasn't.
the production,
Just doing it.
yeah,
The technical, you know, because I'm not that technical.
but you did it.
I did it, yeah. Desperation is a driver, you know. And that's the other
Mode
thing
of
too.
action.
Mode of action, yeah. And that's my new word that I create is mode of action. Because, you know, you can have the motivation, but it's useless unless you put the action in to make it happen so that you can have a successful outcome. Otherwise, it's powerless,
Mhm.
you know. So my thing is about empowerment and how can you empower yourself?
Yeah.
Mm.
So Marion, I'm wondering what, when you created the book, did you have a vision for what job you wanted it to have in the world?
No, I didn't, Susan. And even after I created it, once it was done, then I felt it was, for me, it had given me a platform to express for the first time ever. Because I used to try and hide the fact. I used to think people could see how bad I felt. I used to walk to school, I'd pull my hood up over my head, hoping that nobody could see how bad I felt inside, you know. And it's so it can be so raw, and also you have, when you're looking inside and you don't like what you see, it's not a nice feeling, you know, and you think everybody knows. So I tried to hide the fact, you know, that I had that experience. So writing about it, again, like the art, it was expressed. It's now out on paper. So now I'm no longer holding it in my body.
I think a lot of authors actually feel that way, that getting it out and into three-dimensional reality,
Yeah.
it's still connected to you, but it also now can have a life of its own beyond you.
Yes. Yeah. Well, for me, it was just, I did it for me.
Yeah.
I did it for me, you know, not for exposure or anything like that, because I've never marketed the book. It's just been there, but I did it.
And how do you use the book then? Do you give it to clients? Do you sell it to clients?
I do, I sell it. But what I started doing was when I was, when somebody came to me or I was doing a session online, I have a protocol that I go through. And I'll test to see what's the protocol for this person, right? So we set an intention for the healing. And then I put my book in as, I call it pick a pick, which is pick a picture.
Yeah.
And if they were with me in my clinic, I'd ask them to just hold the book, touch with the feeling of the book, and then just open a page and then read the message. And the message was always resonate with the intention that we set. And I used to think, oh, that's amazing, you know?
Yeah.
But now when I see how the cards work, it's equally amazing because it resonates every time.
Every time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've had that experience with Oracle cards generally, certainly with your deck.
Yeah.
It's astonishing how apt the card is.
Yeah.
How appropriate.
For the intention that you set.
Yeah, exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah. It's, and what is that? Is that kinesiology? Is that?
No,
God?
it's
Is
a
that-
connection to source.
Yeah.
It's really connected because my heart and soul went into every painting, you know, literally heart and soul went
Mhm.
into every painting. And as I say, I never know what I'm going to paint. I just set my intention, I meditate.
Mhm.
And the meditation is connection. It's connecting to the fifth dimension. So then if there's a stream of intelligence that wants to come through, then it can come through because you're connecting to it.
And express itself.
Mhm.
I'd like to ask a little bit more about the frequency numbers. So you muscle test, you have for the decks that you've already created,
Yeah.
muscle tested to come up with the frequency numbers that go with the painting.
Yeah.
And then is there a significance beyond that for the numbers? Like, is there a job the numbers are meant to do? Like, I'd love to know more about that dynamic because I don't think I understand it very well.
Well, I think when I started reading Dr. Joe Dispenza's book, you know, I mean, the information in there is so invaluable. The
Yeah.
research that the man has done is incredible. And that's what really made me understand that's how my cards work, because the frequencies stop the cortisol hormone running amok in the body, right? So it's shutting down this fight-flight mode. And then the body can start into the healing mode. So that's how the frequency numbers work. So and the way I see it is my card decks are like a shortcut to the healing process. You know, so when you set your intention and then you choose a card, the message normally resonates. And then when you install the frequency number, the stress, the anxiety, or the pain just starts to shut off.
So the numbers then are they are amplifying the
healing
the
process.
healing and well, I'm thinking too amplifying the impact of the picture, because we know that color has a frequency number, a
Yeah.
frequency, and sound has frequency, and
Yeah.
numbers have like angles have frequencies. Everything has a frequency.
Yeah.
So it taken together, I'm thinking that with the color, the image, and the number, you're creating a hugely impactful, what's the word? Healing bomb.
Yeah, exactly. And there's 4 healing modalities. It's the image, the message, the frequency,
Message
and the
too.
color. So there's 4, modalities within each card.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which is part, I mean, that's why they're so
Yeah.
powerful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm amazed how powerful they are. I'm still blown away when I use them,
Yeah.
even for myself. And it was so interesting. I had my talk finished yesterday, and the card that I pulled today for myself was mode of action. So I said, well, we're at an action talk event.
Yeah.
What better way to finish with a mode of action?
Can't make that up. That is so cool.
Absolutely. And had I not, because I do my cards on myself every day, I've just finished my 5th journal. Every day.
So you journaled every time you draw a card?
Yeah. I write the date, I set the intention, if I have so many meetings in a day, I want to make the most impactful outcome for every person that I can help in the day. And it's a two-way street, if I'm helping them equally, they're helping me too, so that's my intention is set. And then I choose a card from each deck, and I'm blown away by it. And the last one this morning was mode of action. And I said, that's a nice way to finish.
Oh, it so is.
Yeah.
So you're selling the book, you sell the cards, and then you sell services
Yes.
for people. So,
Mhm.
and do you work remote? You work remotely
I do.
as well, so people can hire you and to work on their healing.
Yeah.
And is it specifically healing that you're doing with people, or are there other issues that you help people with?
Well, business decisions, it depends on what the person is coming to me for. And I also do my heart art classes online as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, and that way you're helping people.
So people can take a heart art class with you.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
Ah.
So like that's still going on,
You're busy.
Yes. Yeah.
Ah.
But I love it. I love when I see, I can see so many people after they've painted, and they say, Marion, I can't paint, and then say, I'm not asking you to paint, I'm asking you to play with color. That's all. And I want you to just stick your hands in the paint and play like a child, a 5-year-old. And of course they do. And then they realize this is so much fun,
Kids love that stuff.
And then the thing is, the image that they have produced has resonated from within them because it was in them and now it's not in them anymore. It's outside of them. And now it's there and they can see it. So they can look at it now and they don't have to feel it anymore.
Beautiful. So powerful.
Yeah.
I wonder, Marion, if you would talk a little bit about the picture or the image on the cover of your book. There's a story behind that.
Yeah.
And I am very enchanted by that story. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the story on the book, I was saying to hubby, I said, Damien, what am I going to put on the cover of my book? I have no idea. And he said, well, why don't you sit and meditate and see what comes?
Great answer.
So I went out to the studio and I meditated and I painted. And then I said, well, a heart shape came out. So it's heart art. It's kind of relevant, but there was no set intention to do that. So I came back into the house and he said, well, how did that go? And I said, well, a heart shape came out, but it's, I'm not impressed by it in any sense. I said, come on out and have a look. And he said, well, he was up to his eyes with work. And he said, maybe later. I said, oh, you don't need to. I took a photo of it. So I take out my camera, I opened the phone and and when I opened it, I said, oh my goodness. The photo is not the same as the painting. So I have it in my book. I actually included it in my book. So this is the image, the photo.
Point over there to that camera, I think. Lovely.
No, you're good.
Oh, are we good? Oh, okay.
So this is the photograph and this is the painting. Where did that yellow come from? And when I looked at it, it looked like a fetus. It looked like a fetus in a womb. So I called it New Life. So that became the cover of my book. And the printer wanted, they said, that's too pixelated, we can't use that. And I said, well, that's all I've got. It's that or nothing, because that was the painting. So that became the image.
Amazing.
And it's amazing.
And where did that golden color come from? Like,
well, that's what Damien said. Like Damien said, it must have come from sunlight but he came out to the studio and he looked and there was no light. It's in the darkest corner of the studio. And so that no light could actually shine on that to create that image. Because he thought I did two paintings. And I said, no, it's just the one. I mean, that's the painting and that's the image.
wow,
Yeah.
beautiful.
So I included that. I thought it was important to include that in the book,
Again, you can't make this stuff
Make
up.
it up. No.
So would you read to us, Marion, from your
Sure.
book? Can we hear a little bit about it?
Will do. So this is just the introduction.
Okay.
Are we lost? The 6-year-old said. I replied, no, we're not lost. We are here. We just do not know where here is. At the time, we were in Paris, and with very little time to spare before we were to board the TGV for the south of France. And we had come up from the metro to see if we could bring the children to get a quick glimpse of the Eiffel Tower. We were not even close to the area, so we abandoned the idea. Did you ever feel lost inside yourself and could not understand why? In reflection, my life was like that from a very young age. I was lost and traumatized, but I did not have a clue what was happening. I spent my life looking for contentment and peace outside of myself, but never found it there. From the age of 8, there was a void inside myself that I was trying to fill, which was created in 1963 and was finally filled in November 2010. That's when I wrote my book. The contents of this book and this way of working eventually helped me to fill this void and made me feel whole again. For me, this was an extreme length of time which I had invested in making this discovery. This is the reason I am willing to share my painful experience so that I can possibly help someone else to find a quicker, easier, and effective solution to their problems. The realizations that I made during my time of working with Heart Art Magic was truly magic. It helped me reach depths deep down within myself that I did not know existed until I saw my paintings reveal their meaning to me, and some of them even brought me to my knees. I had no idea that I could be the instigator of feeling peace, happiness, contentment, tranquility, and the most amazing positive qualities that had been missing for most of my life. I discovered these qualities were always there within me, but because I had lived my life in fear and dread at a very deep level, that I seldom got to nurture them. They'd been buried for so long, and I had been unable to reach them to let them rise to the surface. But don't get me wrong, I had wonderful, happy times during my lifetime with my husband, my family, and friends. And I was so fortunate to have lived the life I have. There was this missing link, though, and I did not know what it was. It took me a very long time to realize that it was my relationship with myself. I was not aware of what I was doing or why I was doing it. If I knew how this episode was going to affect me, I would have done what I could to prevent it. But when it was not in my consciousness, I was totally unaware, so I couldn't deal with it. As a result of my feelings, I did not like myself, and I especially did not love myself. I could not understand how anyone could love or even like me. How could they do that? How could anyone have nice feelings towards me in any way, shape, or form when I could not embrace these feelings for myself? Over the years, I found that for things to change, I needed to change. And the first thing I had to do was so huge, but yet so simple. I needed to love myself. It was only in doing this that I could make this breakthrough. How could this one little thing, loving myself, make such a massive difference in my life and enable me to make massive changes within me? Heart Art Magic facilitated this empowerment and showed me what I needed to see so that I could make the change. It helped me break through to freedom and success, and I'm so grateful for this experience.
Oof, beautiful. Thank you very much
you.
for reading that and for writing that book. That took a lot of courage and a lot of perseverance to do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was a good experience because it did set me free. Yeah, free to be me.
Hey, yay books. Yay writing books.
Be me.
Yeah,
Mm.
awesome. Thank you. And I'm so glad I've got a couple of decks of these cards too.
Yeah.
So
Well, it's interesting, Susan, because I was looking through, because my book has a message and then what my experience was when I painted. And I was looking at that and I said, if you like, I could read one of the cards, which is
sure.
the card. This card here is page 63 of my book. Okay.
Yes, please.
So I'll just read the message on the card. I call this vibration of life. I'll read my experience. So this painting really blew me away. I felt liberated at the end of this, and it really had such a profound effect on me. It brought me to my knees. I ended up in tears of grief and also tears of joy. I felt a great relief at the effect it had on me. I had been listening to drum music during my meditation, and that is what I painted with all the colors of the rainbow emanating from the drum. I felt an excitement at the colors as the colors flowed up, out, and around, and I wanted to show the vibration I felt inside. So I painted over the colors with white. I stood back to look at the painting and was inspired to put two little red dots in the center of the yellow. These are heartbeats in the center of the yellow spaces, one on the left, one on the right. It was at this point that I had an instant knowing. It seems very crazy, but I knew instantly that before I was born, I had a twin who didn't survive and come into this world with me. And that's where I felt the two heartbeats. And my card I called, let's say, vibration of life. Is your life going at a rhythmic pace, or is it stop, start, stop, start? Life flows from the rhythm of the drums. This vibrational energy and harmonious frequency resonates within you, encouraging you to align with the natural vibrations that bring about balance, joy, and vitality within. As you feel this vibration of life, it is a reminder to tune into the energetic currents around you, enhancing your awareness, intuition, and connection to the world.
Wow.
And you know what was really interesting? And I decided to share that card. And I looked at the page it's on. It's on page 63. My brother died in 1963.
Oh,
Which I thought was very ironic.
you can't make it up.
No.
And 6 and 3 add to 9. 3 being the universal number.
Mm.
Yeah. Wow. So powerful.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, that brings us to a close, I'm afraid, Marion, but thank you so much for your time and your courage and your vulnerability. This is vulnerable stuff
It is.
that you work with. And
Well, thank you for allowing me to share. I really appreciate it.
yeah, we're glad to have you here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Hey. So we are going to go right into the next adventure, I guess. I think, do we need we might need a
5 minutes.
5 minute break? Okay, so we need a 5 minute break to reset and we'll be right back. So thank you for your patience. Welcome back. Hope everybody had a quick break. Often that's a good time to go grab another cup of tea or coffee or hot water or whatever. That's the things that I like to do on a quick break like that. So we're going to have a little time here to talk about writing a book and answering questions relating to the book writing process. And I wanted to start with the fact that yesterday I made an invitation to people to work with me to join us in our Inspired Author Academy program. It's a mastermind program. Our first class is starting November 12th, and it's a year-long program to help people write a book, get their book written. And I'm sure Tanya is going to put a link into the chat box to help you navigate towards that. If you're interested in that, if that feels aligned with what you want to do, boy, come and play with me. Let's play book. There were some questions that have come up around writing a book. And so as I mentioned yesterday, that's a year-long program. I am not a write a book in 6 weeks person. The longest amount of time it's taken me to write a book is 13 years, and the shortest is 6 months. And I have a pretty sophisticated book writing skill set at this point. With working on my 6th book now, I'm aware of how to manage myself in relationship to writing a book. I have a very strong set of writing skills. And so 6 months for me, implemented into my life, which is I have a really busy career. I have a family. I have a lot of things going on in my life. And 6 months is a pretty good clip for me. But it's not always a comfortable amount of time to take to write a book. So most people who I work with need that year, if not 2 years or 3 years. In fact, in the literary circles that I run in, it's considered standard that somebody would need about 1,000 hours to write a really good book. And 1,000 hours is quite a lot of hours if you want to, and I can't do the math, but I'll leave it to somebody else to divide that into 52 weeks. That's a lot of hours a week that you would need to devote to the book writing process in order to get that done. Most people who I work with are running businesses and they just can't come up with that amount of time, or it's not a high enough priority to set other things aside in order to make that book happen. So we do have a year-long program, which there's a lot that we pack into that year-long program. It's not just the writing of the book. We talk about book editing, and we talk about structure, and we talk about publishing options and marketing and all those things too. So there's a lot that goes into it. There has been the question that, well, what if I've already started writing my book? I don't need to start from scratch. And that's a really good question, because I work as a developmental editor and a copy editor as well as a book coach. So I've seen books from any angle you can possibly imagine, books at all stages. Typically, what I will find is that when I'm at the editing stage, unless there has been some really strong attention paid to the structure of that book, it needs structuring by the time I do some editing. Very rarely do I find a book that has been beautifully structured so that it reads well and delivers a powerful experience to the reader. And so most books do need a little bit of assistance around the structuring, but we also offer a lot of support to the author in this program. the statistics show that out of every group of 10,000 people, 8,000 people have thought about writing a book. Of those 8,000 people, what's the statistic? 40% of them will start writing a book. Of the people who start writing a book, 2% actually finish the manuscript. And then I did a little more digging on the statistical side and found out that of those 2% who finish writing a manuscript, only 13% actually go on and get that book published. And so there's a huge attrition rate. What it comes down to in real numbers is that out of 8,000 people who have thought about writing a book, 8 go on to get published. And so that's the kind of support that we provide in our mastermind group, is to support people to the publication, to make sure you don't get lost along the way. There's a huge attrition rate with that. So we can help people at any stage of the book writing process as well. Another question is, what if I'm not sure this is the right time to write a book? And I think there is a divine timing involved in every project that we undertake, and opportunities come up at the right time. And one of the other issues we've been hearing about this week is about the value of saying yes. So I invite you to check in and just probably meditate or whatever your process is for you, to see if this is aligned. If this is an irresistible yes for you, then I invite you to jump in. If it's not, then there may be another time that might be better for you. But I'm a big believer in saying yes when an opportunity comes up, and it scares the boots off me sometimes. And yet I generally will jump into that. And it might truly not be the right time for you, and maybe it is. So I'll invite you to do your own investigation on that, and see, if this is going to work for you. Can I join in January? Let's talk about that. I'm open to people joining at different times. We run certain events, training events at certain times of the year, so you'd have to pick it up the next year. If we're doing like the book publishing training aspect that's coming up in the new year, then you might miss that if you join too late. So we'd have to pick that up at a later time, but we can accommodate that. Oops, where are we here? Yeah, other than selling my book, how will being an author help me make money? That's a really pertinent question. I am highly revenue driven, having been a widowed mom with 2 children to support and 2 children to raise. And I supported my mother financially for quite a period of time in her life. She was physically disabled and living 15 minutes away from me. And I have geared my life to revenue generation because it's so important to me. And I also feel that even when we're writing a book can be a passion project. It can be an expression of something within us that needs to come out, which was my first book. I had no interest in revenue generation with that first book. I didn't even understand the question. I just knew I had to write that book. Since then, however, the books that I've written since then have been increasingly focused on how do I bring money into my life, into my business through this book. And that comes from speaking engagements, that comes from courses that you create. It's a beautiful lead generator. If you position certain calls to action in the book, you can bring them back to your website where they can join your mailing list or find out about the courses that you're running and so on. Very few people make a lot of money with their book, and I want to bust that bubble right now. It is not usually a direct path to cash just from book sales. As a traditionally published author, I get $2 out of every book that sells. $2 out of 25 is what comes down to me. So I got to sell a lot of books to make it worth my time to market that book effectively. And there are people that are selling 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, a million copies of their book. It does happen. It's a specific strategy that takes specific actions along the line in order to make that happen, including a really large platform usually, which we use that word in the marketing of a book. How many people can you mobilize to buy that book? And most people don't have 100,000 people on their email list who they can invite to buy their book. So the average of self-published authors for book sales is between 200 and 250 copies of their book. So that's not where your revenue generation is coming. You might be in your speaking engagements. I know a lady, one thing that she does is when she is hired to do a keynote speech at, say, a national conference, she'll get her $5,000 or $10,000 speaking fee. And as part of her contract, she requires the organization to build into that, to their contract part for her, the purchase of enough copies of her book that everybody who attends the conference can get a copy. So she gets the profit margin there from the book sales as well as her speaking fee. Now that's a revenue model. So there are ways to make a heck of a lot of money out of writing a book, and I can guide you towards that if that's something that's particularly important to you, because it's really important to me. Let's see, another question that I had here. Oh, yeah, I don't feel that the mastermind program is quite the right fit for me, but I really want to work with you. Is there another way to do that? And yes, there are lots of ways to work with me. And what might be more enticing for you right now is our Kickstart book writing formula. And it's actually starting next week on the 21st, Wednesday, the 21st. And I could tell you what the Eastern time zone is. It's 11:30 a.m. Eastern. We meet actually for 7 weeks, and each week is a particular aspect of book writing that we cover, and it starts with your why. Why are you writing this book? I think the more connected we are to our purpose for the book and our book's purpose for our readers and for us, the more motivated we will be. So we start with the why. That why also, by the way, will drive your publishing and your marketing decisions. There are 4 different publishing models currently, and they all have different pros and cons. And so choosing a publishing model even can be a kind of a demanding thing to do. So we start with why. We look at what are you writing about? Because sometimes people don't know. They know they've got a book in them, just not sure what it is. So we look at what is it you're writing about and who is your target audience? What do you know about the people you're here to serve through your book? We look at different publishing models. We look at book marketing. We look at editing. Book editing is an important piece. We also have a visioning component to that as well. So it's a very much smaller program than our mastermind program. It's just 7 weeks altogether. So you get a starter. Everybody who's taken that course, as far as I know, has started by the end of it. The purpose of that program is not to get the book finished, but rather to get people launched in the process of writing a book, and writing a book in a way that's in alignment with their way of being in the world, so that the book will flow easily through their life and through their processes to writing a book. Writing a book is a very complex and challenging process, but I do believe that with the right assistance and the right process, just about anybody can write a book. But there are some complexities to it that I think most people need some guidance around that. So we do have the Kickstart book writing formula starting. And then another question is, okay, I've finished my book. Can you help me now? Where do I go from here? And actually the answer there is yes, too, in that, as I said just a minute ago, I work as a developmental editor and as a copy editor. And the difference between those 2 types of editing are that the developmental edit is a big picture look at what you've written. Is everything in the right place? Have you covered the topics that you need to cover in here? Is there something missing here that maybe you should be delivering to your readers through your book? One thing that I see a lot is chapter length. Most people writing a book don't really have their eye on the ball on the length of the chapters, and it seems kind of silly to even think about chapter length. But I have edited books where some chapters are 9,000 or 10,000 words long, and some chapters are only 700 words long. And so that inconsistency reads as unreliability subconsciously in the human brain. So we want to even those out and have kind of a chapter length somewhere between 2,500 words and 5,000 words. The closer you can get to each chapter being similar to each other, the better. And that's not realistic sometimes, but that's what we're kind of looking at. So that's one of the issues that I look at as a developmental editor, is making sure you're making sense to your reader. And then as a copy editor, that's where we look at the grammar, the punctuation, the word choice, and so on, so that at the granular level, are you telling stories that are making sense to your reader, and are you expressing yourself powerfully? So if you already have a manuscript and you think you might need a professional eye on how well is this book put together and how well does it read, then I can certainly help you with that. And for that, we would just, book a call with me and we can have a conversation and see if there's something that I can do for you there. So I wonder if there are any other questions about book writing. That now is the time. If you've been listening to this for a couple of days and you're thinking about your own book, how can I serve you? What do you need to know? They've just popped that in the chat box. If there are any questions, and there might not be, but happy to answer now if there is anything. And maybe, Robert, you can shout anything out if something comes up.
Yeah.
And maybe in the room, I don't know, does anybody have a question about your book? About the next book? Because you've all got one done. No, not yet. No, we good?
Here's one.
Okay.
Debbie, are you limited in what type or genre you will work with? Repeat if you can repeat.
Oh, am I limited in what genre or type of book I will work with? Yeah, not so great on the technical stuff like computer science books. That's not my bailiwick, or rocket science, probably not something that I would take a look at. But I've edited everything from children's fiction, very young ages upwards to middle grade and beyond. A fair bit of fiction I've edited. Most of my work tends to be in the nonfiction field, to be honest, but I love I've written fiction. I love fiction. It's kind of like my secret favorite thing to do, but certainly I can do nonfiction as well. Anything else that I wouldn't do? Erotica. I'm not your gal for an erotic novel. Sorry. Sorry, Robert. Yep. Too bad. But yeah, I really specialize in books that somehow make the world a better place. That's really where I love to play. And it might be fiction and it might be nonfiction. I've absolutely worked with books that were not overtly about making the world a better place. In fact, I had one client once, and we were doing a kind of a resurrection of a book that she had sent out to edit with another editor who really wanted this to be a spiritual book. And she's a highly spiritual individual, but that's not the story she wanted to tell. She had a story to tell that was more concrete, and that was the book she wanted to write. And she'd sent it out to an editor, and they'd had spiritual conversations. And so the editor decided this was going to be a spiritual book, and it wasn't what my client wanted. So she came to me to say, I'm uncomfortable with this. Can you help me take most of that spirituality out of here? Because this is a more science-oriented book, and my target audience doesn't want the woo. Like, if I want impact and influence in that area, then we need to have a way less woo in here, which I'm quite happy to do. The woo is going to be there anyway. It's just, how do you express that, and how are you landing with your target audience? So I hope that answered that question. And Debbie, thank you for asking that.
Trina asks, you may have mentioned this already, but did you work with the authors who spoke today?
I've worked with some of them. Yes, not all of them.
Repeat that question.
Oh, so the question is, have I worked with all of the authors who've spoken today? And I've worked with some of them, but not all of them. We found each other somehow magically. But thank you for asking that question. For example, Farah and Martez, I've worked with them today, and I guess Marion, you're the only other author who's so far spoken. But yeah, we've Lee Lytle yesterday, worked with him. Gosh, I don't have my list in front of me to see who spoke yesterday and the day before, and it's kind of Barb Stuhlemer, yes. Susan Eva, yes, I've worked with them too. Yep. But not Mike Raber. He was one of our speakers on our first day. Didn't work with Mike Raber with his book. So yeah, some of our speakers definitely, and some of them not. Any other questions there, Robert?
Can you tell me what time zone I was in?
He was going to ask me a smarty pants time zone question. Not my strength. And by the way, if I'm editing a book and there are time zones in it, I research that, like,
Bring in the next.
I go research that because I know I don't trust my judgment on that kind of stuff. We good? All right, well, I guess that's it for now. We're going to break for lunch and we're going to take an hour and a half. So, because what time?
1:30.
So we'll be returning at 1:30 Pacific.
4:30.
Thank you, 4:30 Eastern. It's only 3 hours. I don't know why I can't add them. But that's numbers and me. We'll see you later. Thank you so much for being part of our morning. Bye-bye.
You're also not a math textbook editor.
Oh, I should have said that, yeah.
"25 years. And this is how I know that. The very first online business that I ever started, so it's been 25 years, was 6 months before year 2000. So it was in 1999. And I had a online company that sold software that fixed the Y2K issue in personal computers. So I like to say that I saved the world. You're welcome, everybody, by having that business. But that was the very first time that I really got into online marketing. But the bulk of the time, probably at least 22 years of the work that I've done, in online marketing has been focused on helping messengers get their message out into the world using the internet and technology.
And how do you define messenger? Well, who was a messenger?
Yeah, messenger is kind of a term that I just kind of broad-based came up with because I've been across the spectrum of the types of people that I've worked with. I've been in the real spiritual space, working with spiritual authors, some of them very well-known spiritual authors that have written very successful books, that have sold like 10, 15 million copies, down to, just the people that are just emerging and bringing their message out there. And then I've transitioned into the business marketing side and the online marketing side. So to me, here's the way how I define messengers. Anybody that has, excuse me, a positive message that impacts people's lives in a positive way. Those are the people that I like to support and serve.
Why?
I'll tell you, I actually have an answer for that.
Awesome.
So the reason is I understand that my ripple of change and my legacy is not just the direct work that I do or the words that come out of my mouth. It is all the people that I inspire, teach, guide, and that sort of thing that create change in other people's lives. And then I have a piece of that through what I teach. So if I teach someone how to, do something online that puts their event or their book or their coaching into people's lives and they have success with that, I get to have some ownership of that. I get to acknowledge and see that that's part of my ripple that I've created. And that's inspiring to me. It's inspired me to recognize and to acknowledge it's not just what I do, but it's what other people do that I get to, it's not just the playground that I play in, but all the other playgrounds that other people are creating as a result of the work that I do.
Very fulfilling then.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, I've been doing it this long and, I just continue to be drawn to do this. I do really want to, make a difference in the world, because I think the world really needs messengers more now than ever before. I mean, we can all just, it's not even being hidden anymore. It's very, open to the fact that there's a lot of inspiration that's needed for people to get through all the muck that's going on.
And what better way to do that for a messenger than through their marketing?
Yeah.
Vital piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, I mean, no matter. I mean, there's very few instances where people create something that just kind of organically just takes off without marketing. Marketing is just a way of life for anybody. I mean, in a sense, if you think about even in relationships, sometimes we do quote unquote marketing to find a relationship. That marketing might be a dating profile or whatever, but marketing is integrated and infused in our entire lives and all through our lives. And if we want to be successful business owners that, create change in the world, then I think then you have to do marketing. And the more you embrace it and own it and like go, I'm going to be, or I am a good marketer, the more successful I think you can be. The ones that, here's the interesting thing, the ones that I hear say, I'm not a good marketer, or I don't want to do marketing, or what, are the ones that struggle the most. The ones that ultimately start to create success are the ones that go, that make that fun, right? And that's one thing that I've done over the years, is that I've made marketing and sharing my message really fun and created unique ways of going about doing it. You don't always have to do what the herd does. When everybody else does, you can be creative in ways that create success for yourself.
So how do you define marketing? What is marketing?
Marketing is just is the spreading of the message that you have to as many people as possible. It's not just the spreading of the message, but it's the inspiration of when that message is spread to get people to want more from you. Right. So it's not just getting them to buy the book, but marketing as an author. I'm going to just use, very appropriately, being an author. Mm-hmm. It's not just getting people to buy the book, but it's also getting people from the book into your world and everything else that you do so that they can continue the journey with you. I believe that books in a lot of ways are the start of the journey for a reader, a lot of readers. And if as an author, you can say, well, there's more to this. I mean, you can come and take this course and you can watch these videos, or you can do this coaching with me, or you can do this mastermind with me. That the book is like that the start of the journey. If the topic resonates with them, then they're called to that. And then if you can find a way to connect the book to the other things that you do, or you get the book to get engagement with you, then you can introduce all these other things. And the result of that is really awesome. The result is when people do engage with you in other ways, then it creates income and opportunities for you to build your business and reach more people. When you have more resources, you can do more marketing, then you can reach more people and you can create more impact. You can live the life that you really want. You can, you can, do things for your family and that sort of thing. I'm a very big believer in abundance and really, embracing abundance as part of your messenger journey.
Yeah. Yeah, coordinating your book-related activities, your authoring-related activities with business-related activities.
Yeah.
So that you are, like you say, increasing abundance.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I love that. And I love that you simplify it so much. I mean, you don't have a real complicated definition of marketing.
I'm a simple guy.
Maybe.
No, I am.
Yeah, so why make it complicated?
Right, exactly. Exactly.
And I have found, and Tanya and I have found in our business that a lot of our clients, writing a book can be a very complex project, and it can take a long time. It takes a lot of effort quite often, and we simplify it as much as we can there too. However, when it comes to marketing, a lot of people just kind of freeze up because there's something about that word marketing that sounds hard.
Which is interesting because I find writing a book in the whole process of writing the kind of book that you talk about, not the easy books, right? The kind of books that you're talking about that have that real depth to it, that real soul of you in it, is really hard compared to marketing, right? I mean, I think that anybody that's able to write a book can master marketing. Mm-hmm. But when we go into something thinking that it's going to be hard and saying that it's going to be hard and saying it is hard and that sort of thing, then it just continues to bring up the obstacle of hardness to that case. So, and then also if we go into that type of thing, if you go into marketing, or if you go into spreading your message all by yourself and always alone, right? That I'm a solopreneur and I'm on this journey alone no matter what, and you don't find mentors and you don't attend events and you don't take courses and you don't do the things that are out there in the plethora of this industry
Resources.
to learn to be better, then it will be hard. And so, get the resources, get the coach, get the mentor.
Yeah, the story becomes true.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
We create the reality of the story. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you were a first-time author and you've got your book coming out soon, or maybe not so soon, like what's the first thing you would do to market your book / business? What do you think the first step should be?
Well, I because I know the power of technology today and our ability to be able to connect that kinesthetic physical book, or a lot of people read digital books nowadays, which makes it even easier, to the rest of our world. I would invite authors that haven't published yet, and any author that has published and might be considering writing another book or republishing, to go into their book and figure out ways to get the book to get people to engage in the rest of their world, right? We were just talking right before this started to happen about, QR codes are so easy nowadays to create and link people to stuff, right? My world is big in the area of mobile apps, so it's to get people to have an app or get on their phone around your business, that you can get them to go from that chapter that they just read and that they were just like, wow, that was profound, to a video of you talking about that, or to journal questions that they literally journal about that, or to an event that might relate to that chapter or the book at all, is actually pretty easy if you figure out a way to get the book to engage with the rest of your world. So I would go into the actual book itself and find ways to connect, to get them off the page.
Download my app, download my free meditation, go to my website and get my app, better yet, my mobile app.
And
for my newsletter.
There's some really amazing, really successful authors out there that I've seen do that really effectively. And of course, I'm not remembering their names right now, but at the end of each chapter, they say, well, I have this checklist of this to go, and just go to my website / this, right? And get the resources that are available. And of course, when the person is inspired by that, and go, oh, a checklist, right? Or a guide that says, here's my meditation, listen to my audio meditation, and they go to that website. In our case, download the app and open up the app. If people are really engaged in the book, they're going to want that. And then when they land in that other world that you've created, the website, the app, the content that you offer, then you have another opportunity to go, here's another way that you can go on another journey with me. Like, here's a free ticket to my event, or here's, this or that. And then you're doing effective marketing at that point.
Well, you're also serving. And we had this conversation at lunch actually today, that it's great to give people a piece of your world. Say, it might be a webinar, or it might be they buy the book, but then you're kickstarting, you're catalyzing a transformation in them, and you're not going to take them all the way in just one little piece. So if you don't provide a method for them to stay in relationship with you after that, you're doing them a disservice, actually.
Yeah, and I think every author knows that the book is a launching point into the bigger journey that they, as the expert of that message, can offer, beyond the book. And so allow the book to be that connection to those other things.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Oh, it's unlimited.
Yeah.
What can happen after a book gets written.
Yeah, exactly.
It's really exciting.
And, and that's, all those things build your community, right? Build conversation, builds your list, and, so that you can, inform other people. It builds joint venture opportunities with other people, because once your community grows, then it increases the chances that you can get in front of more audiences because of that value that your community will offer other communities. So it's all just beautifully connected. Once you kind of play the marketing game and you understand how it works, then you can continually repeat that. And I discovered that from going from nothing, as not an author, not a known person, not even a person in front of the audience. In fact, people didn't even know who I was around the company that I created. And I built my first email list and community of over 100,000 people.
Wow.
And then I said, whoa, that was when I got out of my own way, was actually pretty easy when I thought creatively about how do I get people to engage or continue, come back into my world. Then I was able to replicate that over and over and over again and teach other people how to do that. So I've built multiple communities, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people that I get to share in the click of a few buttons. This is what I've got going on, and inspire them and even translate that into income for my business.
Yeah. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. The kind of the origin story of me being a messenger, if it's okay for me to
Yes,
share this,
please.
is I was running a company 18 years ago. I don't know. It's all blur.
Yeah.
Time is like you and time
Time
zones.
zones. Yes.
Yeah.
You have my sympathy.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So whatever it was a company called Pass Along Concepts, and that company ended up being built up to about 80,000 people on my list, and no one on that list knew who Robert Evans was. The company was the one that always sent the emails and invited people to do stuff and created the products. It was never Robert Evans was never that person in front of that. And that part of it was I had this belief or these rules about being a messenger. I had to write the book first before I could be a messenger, or I had to have someone endorse me. I had someone tell me that I'm a messenger in front of another audience for me to be a messenger. And finally, I just kind of kicked that to the curb and I said, no, I'm a messenger. I'm ready to share. And so the very first time I ever put myself in front of that audience was I had put together with another known author a series of telecalls. This is back in the day, so this is kind of aging me. And Zoom wasn't even a thing. Video wasn't even.
Remember that? Yeah. I had a line.
Yeah.
One of those.
Yeah. Freeconferencecalling.com, right?
Remember that.
So we promoted a series of really known people from the movie The Secret. So we had Michael Beckwith and Neil Donald Walsh, and there was a list of them, right? A whole bunch of people. And so we went out to our list and said, hey, we're doing this series of calls where we're going to be interviewing these people about, the law of attraction. And we got, what did we get? We got 14,000 people signed up for that. And this is back in the day when it was like glorious. The email marketing was a glorious open rate and quick rate and that sort of thing. And I knew that if I had 14,000 people signed up, that I would have about 7,000 people showing up for each one of the calls. It was like a 50% show up rate at the time. So, so we did these calls, and I was responsible for the technical aspect of this, even though a lot of it was my idea, but I was still not that person in front of the audience. There was this other partner or author that I was working with that was going to be the one interviewing these individuals. And we started to do this, and sure enough, 7,000 people were showing up with each one of the calls. And the last call was with Michael Beckwith. Do you know Michael Beckwith?
I sure do. Yeah.
So,
not personally, but I know who it is.
Eventually, yeah. And the other person that I worked with was a spiritual author by the name of James Twyman. And James Twyman was interviewing Michael Beckwith, and I was there holding the space as the technical person. And they were talking about the law of attraction. The law of attraction was something I was really passionate about. And The Secret was kind of a catalyst for a lot of people, but just in general, law of attraction. And I was listening to them talk, and I'm like, and I had that devil and angel experience on my shoulder, right? So I had the devil going, you should jump in here and say what you want to say because you have something to say, right? And the angel's like, no, you have a job to do. Don't do that. Respect your role, that sort of thing. And he's, oh, shut up. You should do, But so I'm having this battle. It's like one of the first times I ever had that experience. And I respected my role, so I didn't jump in there. So I kicked him to the side. But after I got off that call, I'm like, why is that happening to me? I'm not the guy. I'm not the guy that's sharing the message. I'm the guy that creates the opportunity for other people to share the message. And I realized I couldn't stop that voice anymore. So I said, okay, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go out to my list, and I'm going to invite people to jump on a call with me. I'm going to introduce myself as the person that's behind this company, and that I have this message that I want to share with them around the law of attraction. And at the time, I was creating an idea around creating combining habit creation with law of attraction. So I created a concept, a law of attraction teaching called the habit of attraction. And I said, hey, everybody, I have this. My name is Robert. I'm the owner of Pass Along Concepts. And I'm passionate about law of attraction, but I'm also find that there's some things that are missing there. So I came up with a idea called the habit of attraction, where you combine habit creation or habits with law of attraction principles to create the life of your dreams, right? And by the way, this is kind of a message for everybody. I had no idea what I was going to say. I didn't have an outline. I didn't know, what I was going to. I just had those words, the habit of attraction. But I always knew that if I could just throw it out there, then and spirit or the inspiration would guide me to say what I needed to say. So I said, "Would you like to jump on a call with me, and I'll teach you about this?" And I'm like, God, you know what? It would be super cool if 50 people signed up for this or 100 people signed up for this. And then I could have 25 or 50 people on the call. And I had 1,400 people register for that call.
Wow.
I'm like, holy shit. Now I've got to do this to about 700 people. I have to do this call to about 700 people. And I don't even know what I'm going to say yet. But I said, okay, I started this. I got to complete it. So I did the call. And I wasn't great, right? But I got the point across. I was nervous, and I was lots of ands and ums and that sort of thing. But I did the call. I got some feedback. People liked it, and some people said, "Oh, it was all right," because I asked for the feedback. And then here was the next step, and this is another thing that I found messengers really struggle with: is okay, you could do the free stuff, you could share your message, you could do talks, but the real big leap for messengers is to now ask for money to be given to you to take them on the bigger journey that you want to take them on. Because once we ask for money, it changes people, and and then all those fears come up, and people think I'm a money grubber, or that sort of thing.
It's not spiritual.
Right. It's not spiritual, right? All that stuff, those stories that we tell. So I said, well, I got to do it, So I went out to those 1,400 people. I said, here's the recording. And by the way, I want to do an 8-week course that I'll do on free conference calling on the phone to teach you the whole process of the habit of attraction, which, by the way, I didn't even know what that process was yet. I had just a general outline because that's what I did for the call, but I didn't have the content. But I knew that's how I do it. I put it out there, and inspiration would show me the way. And I did that same thing again. Well, 5 people signed up and I made $1,000. That would be amazing, right? And I had 45 people sign up. I generated $15,000. First time ever that I've ever done anything around my message, one of my messages that generated money for me, and it was a big success. And it was because it's that phrase, that quote, I don't know who says it, but come to the edge. No, I'm scared. Come to the edge. No, I might fall. Come to the edge. So I came, he pushed, and I flew. Right? And that's the truth. Sometimes we have to go to the edge, and we have to leap in faith, whatever faith that is, faith in, whatever you believe in, to know that it'll all be okay. Sometimes we just got to throw ourselves out there, even if we don't know it all, or what we're going to say, or what we're going to do, and make that happen. And so that was the start of my messenger and my messenger journey. And then ultimately that led me to creating a company called the Messenger Network, so that I could help other people like me get their message out into the world, the ones that doubted themselves as a messenger. And it all just started to snowball from there.
Wow.
Yeah. That was a long story for
Well, it's a wonderful story. That's
Yeah,
moving.
yeah.
Yeah.
went from Y2K software to habit of attraction.
All in less than one time zone.
There were like a couple time zones there.
Okay, so can we refocus a little bit then on, over the years of your career, you've seen a lot of technological changes. I mean, you're talking about free conference call there. We're a long way beyond.
Yeah, it was a big deal.
Zoom was not even an idea probably at that point. So you've seen a lot of technological changes, and you mentioned that you are now in the mobile app business.
Yep.
And I'd love you to tell all of us a little bit more about all of kind of why you're in the mobile app business. Like, what is it about that you feel is so advantageous for authors particularly, but entrepreneurs generally?
Yeah. Well, I definitely didn't wake up one morning and go, you know what, I think I'll start a mobile app business, because I don't know if that's as exciting as it really is, right?
Pretty tempting though.
Yeah. So being in the marketing space and building these big communities and using email marketing as my primary communication tool for as long as I did, 8 years ago, after I came out of another business where we met, which was I did transformational trips around the world for transformational leaders, for messengers to go to different places around the world. I wanted to come back into the digital marketing space again. And I started looking at email marketing as a way of me communicating, but it had changed dramatically because back in the day when I had big lists, I was sending out emails and I would get like a 70 to 80% open rate. I want everybody to just imagine that for a second. 70 to 80% open rate. And I would get like 30, 40% click rate. So if I'm sending it out to 80,000 people, I was getting a huge amount of people engaging with me. And it was easier for me to impact and create income and that sort of thing. But 8 years ago, that had changed dramatically. It's super changed massively today. It's changed even more today. So I sat down and I asked myself two questions. Actually, funny enough, I pulled out my phone and I opened up my notes app because that's where I go to kind of journal in some ways. And I asked myself two questions. Where are people spending their time? And where are they engaging the most? I wanted to go to where people were spending their time, and I wanted to know where they're engaging. And so in order for me to get those questions answered for anything that I do, I always turn it around on myself. So I said, well, where am I spending my time? Where am I spending my time? And where am I engaging the most? I wonder, right? And it hit me. Oh, it's my phone. My phone, right? I wonder if other people are spending time on their phone. So I kind of knew the answer intuitively. So I went on to Google and I started doing research. I said, well, if I was to get on other people's phones, what would that look like? Well, I got all these apps, so why don't I build an app? And what could I do with an app? And I started looking into all of that. So what I found out was this. Mobile apps, even 8 years ago, and it's exponentially grown since then, is where email marketing used to be 20 years ago, as far as engagement and access to people and the ability to be able to do things. And what we are so used to doing, like sending out emails, with a mobile app, you can send out push notifications. And push notification has the kind of opt-in, open, and engagement or tap, click rate that email marketing used to have 18 years ago. So it was significantly better than email marketing. It was significantly better than a lot of other things. So I said, I'm going to build an app. That's what I'm going to do for my business. I have a business called Live Your List, which is all about inspiring people to live their bucket list. So I said, okay, I'm going to build an app. And I sat down and I said, this is what I want the app to do. I want to do courses. I want to do content. I want to do membership. I want to do this, and this. And I architected the whole thing out. And then I sent it out to get quotes. I'm like, if I have to spend $10,000 to build this app, I know that I can make my money back and I'll put it on my credit card or whatever. And then reality came back. And what I mean by reality is that the average quote that I got back from the 5 app developers that I sent it out to was the average was $100,000 to build that app. It's very expensive because what I want people to know about apps is they're not websites. They're not HTML or web pages. Apps are software, just like Microsoft Word and Microsoft Excel on a PC or a Macintosh, an iPhone or an Android phone. They're software programs that people download. So it's hard to build software programs that do these different things. So that's why it's so expensive. So I'm like, well, I'm not the kind of person that likes to give up. And I'm like, my brother is an app developer. He was getting paid a lot of money working for a corporation in San Francisco to do app development for that company. So I went to my brother and I said, hey, could I do this? And would you be able to do this? And are you happy in your job? And he says, no, I'm commuting 3 hours a day, an hour and a half in, an hour and a half back. And I did what every brother would do. I exploited that. And I convinced him to quit his job to build my app, but to also build the app in a way that was a platform. Because again, I'm really inspired to help other messengers use technology. And 98% of our industry, authors, speakers, coaches, entrepreneurs, solopreneurs, are not using mobile apps as a tool to share their message, to get people to engage in their world. So I saw this huge opportunity. And so we built the first platform 8 years ago. And that has since evolved into a company with our partner, Iman, a guy who you know, and who is one of the most well-respected and brilliant people in our industry, we created a company called Action Era and a software program that does mobile apps for experts. Yeah, that's how I got into it. I got into it out of the necessity of building one for myself. And in building one for myself, I decided to do it for other people.
Very cool.
Yeah.
And as a result, I have an app for authors.
Yes, you do. And you have a
You-
brilliant app. Yeah, I love
Thank you.
that app.
I like it too.
Visionary Authors.
Yeah, visionary.
Oh, yeah,
authors, right?
no one sees that.
No.
But if you've been around, you've seen it all.
Where?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited because at least speaking for me, for my app, to be able to provide a platform for authors to have incredible capability for communicating with their community and building a community, and then from there converting us, whoever is willing to be served by the author through their courses and their programs and all the things that they're offering is such a powerful thing. Because as I mentioned earlier, we found in our business that a lot of authors are reticent to jump into a lot of marketing. They're not sure what works, what should they do, how do we do this, where do I put my dollars and my time? And the Visionary Authors app, I'm just so thrilled because it has so much capability. It blows my mind what we can do with that app.
Can I tell people a little bit about that app? Because
Yeah.
your app, Visionary Authors, you have two apps. You have Crossman Communication
Mhm.
and Visionary Authors. And Visionary Authors is a different app than
Yeah.
Crossman Communication.
Conscious Communicator is the
Or
first.
Conscious Communicator, yeah. So your Visionary Authors is one of like 20 apps in the world that does what it does right now. Literally, it's
Didn't know there was
incredibly
that.
unique.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what it is, it's a community for authors to be listed in a directory in their books and that sort of thing, and for people to discover their books and discover who they are. But what's really unique about Visionary Authors is that when you download Visionary Authors and you open it up and you go there to a particular author, there's a button that a person can tap on that says launch our app. And when a person taps on that, the Visionary Authors completely transforms into their app. Because one of the things that we found when launching apps, we've launched hundreds and hundreds of apps for experts over the years. And you have to go through Apple and Google and the app stores, and it takes weeks or even months. It costs money. You have to get approval. There's a whole process that goes with that. It's not easy, but that's why we do it for our clients. But what Visionary Authors does is it allows a person to have an author to have an app within an app.
Yeah.
So that when a person goes in there and finds an author that they're interested in, they can literally tap on a button and it completely transforms the Visionary Author into, Robert Evans's book, or Robert Evans's app. And now I'm inside of Robert Evans's community, accessing his courses and watching his videos and that sort of thing. And that is incredibly unique because essentially when someone downloads Visionary Authors, they're downloading dozens to hundreds and ultimately thousands of other apps already pre-built into it without having to go to the app store and downloading all those apps individually. It's incredibly unique.
And thank you for that. What I also really, really love about the potential of that is that when an author sends a push notification as a member of Visionary Authors, the whole community gets the push notification.
Yeah.
So a much larger community gets to hear about the authors' events, their courses launching, the webinar that they've got coming up, the new book that they've got coming out. Like it's such a communication tool.
Yeah, as the person that's running that community, you get to actually tell people, the whole community, everybody that downloads that app about what's going on there and who's in there and who's new and what books have been launched. And then each individual author in there with their own app can build their own separate push list to send their own messages to. So it's really, really unique and really exciting. So I'm just going to say straight up, if you are an author, especially and a conscious author that has a message that transforms people's lives, you absolutely need to be on the Visionary Authors app because you will not be alone in finding people to discover your book and build your lists. You get to come in and be a part of this built-in community of hundreds and thousands and ultimately hundreds of thousands or millions of people that it's like, like Amazon, but a good Amazon, right? You know? Whoops.
One we like.
Yeah. Right. So, yeah, it's just a really unique thing.
Yeah.
And I just want to acknowledge you for taking that on. See, I've said earlier, you know, in this event that one of the things and now you know, what's funny is I'm not used to being interviewed, so I apologize if I'm hijacking the interview right now. But
No.
one of the things that I said early on during this event is that the thing that has always impressed me about Susan Crossman is that she is someone that says yes, even when it's uncomfortable. And Susan, as you've seen her on stage and as all of you know her to be, is such an extraordinary person doing extraordinary work. And it's because she says yes. And I went to her and I said, you need to do the Visionary Authors app. And I said, you need to do the ActionTalks author event. And she said, okay, yes, and yes, and yes. And now she's not my friend anymore.
Show them.
So,
Give me any more of this.
yeah, I'm thinking, what's next? What's next? What can I invite Susan to do?
Wolves Bali, I'm in.
Yeah, it's got to be a beach. I realize it's got to be a beach.
Be a beat.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's awesome. So I love that you said yes to Visionary Authors, because I believe in that so much. And I think it's going to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest community of visionary authors in the world, sharing their books, but also sharing their entire world, everything that they have to offer. So imagine this app when someone says, it's not just, hey, buy my book, but literally they can tap a button and access their courses and their events and their videos and their articles and their images and all that sort of thing. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
amazing. And I thank you for having the vision to be able to start that off.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be doing this if you weren't doing what you do.
Yeah.
So there's a place for all of us, isn't there?
Yeah.
In all of us. Yeah. So
Yeah.
thank you, Robert.
My pleasure.
And I think we're about out of time. So we're going to take a little break. Robert, thank you
My pleasure.
for your wisdom and your company. Much appreciated.
Yeah.
And the venue here, we really appreciate it.
Always a good time.
Off we go to a break and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. Okay.
All right, good luck.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We are ready to go with our next speaker of our event, the amazing Kim Conte. And if you haven't met Kim before, you were in for an incredible treat. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about her. Kim Conte, founder of Gal with Gumption, is a wellness and experience consultant on a mission to cultivate connection and inspiration through custom services to journey through learning and grow in this beautiful life, uncovering our gumption within. Welcome, Kim, and I'm really looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Thank you.
I'll give you that.
Wait, am I breathing? I think so. I feel my heart racing. My palms are definitely sweating. Everyone's looking at me. How much time has passed? What is happening? What's going on? That is the moment that I realized that my life needed to change dramatically. In 2022, over 89% of people suffered from burnout. 67% suffered that in fatigue. 44% within cognitive function. And women were more than 21% more susceptible to work-related stress. Then I asked myself, when was the last time that I truly felt aligned? Had I ever? More importantly, what was I going to do about it? That experience, those questions stacked with several traumas, led me on my journey of more than 2 years now. And at some point within that journey, I started to ask, how could my experience support other people? How could tools and experiences support those in development, both in childhood as well as within their adult development. Which led me to here. Do you know that you have more than 50,000 thoughts a day, and more than 50% of those are repeated day after day? I often have conversations with individuals about the concept of meditation and mindfulness, and about those expectations that might come along with what those practices offer. And it's important to remember that thoughts do not disappear when you practice mindful and meditation practices, that because we are human, we have thoughts. And it is also important to know that when you participate in mindful and meditation practices, that all of those thoughts, there's stillness between those thoughts. We like to call that the gap in between the thoughts. And when you take that moment to connect with self, those beautiful little moments of stillness accumulate, gather, if you will, and start to come outward. And how those are displayed are within various benefits: more creativity, less reactivity, more connection to self, better rest, and the list goes on and differs for each person. So now I have an invitation to take a journey together. This invitation might come with an RSVP to have an open heart, an open mind, and also to let go of any expectations that you might have for this moment, for this experience. So if you choose to RSVP for this journey, this is a beautiful time that I invite you, if the feet are crossed, to uncross your feet. Come to a comfortable seated position. Allow the arms to come long by the sides, and only if you feel safe, close your eyes. Or maybe just soften your gaze. And just take a moment to be. Not be a human doing, but be a human being. Feel the energy out through your fingers, the connection of earth as you ground in to your space, and simply breathe. What feelings do you have at this moment? What's the pace of your breath? If it's not a feeling, maybe it's a color, maybe it's a shape. Just notice. And then as you take an inhale, try to take it from the bottom of the belly all the way up to the top of the lungs. In through the nose, out through the mouth. And then another inhale here as you drop your right ear to your right shoulder. If you feel like that neck needs a little bit more space, if you've been sitting, learning all day, just draw the gravity down through the left fingertips a bit. And on that inhale, allow your neck to come back up through center, switch sides with the breath carrying you with an exhale. And then as you softly journey back up to that neutral spine, again, just a moment to notice. We'll take an exercise of cleansing breaths, 3 cleansing breaths. We'll do that together. And I invite you to breathe in through the nose, out through the mouth, keeping in mind that there's no one else here but you. So allow those audible breaths to be as loud as you need. So big inhale through the nose. Nice exhale through the mouth. Beautiful. One more in, one more out. And on this final inhale, breathe in calm. On this exhale, breathe out expectation and worry. Now, if the arms feel great by the sides, lovely. If you want support, they can come to the tops of the thighs. Allow the palms to face down for groundedness and support, up to receive and openness. Now notice the breath. How's your pace? How do you feel? Is the color changed? Has the shape minimized? Now that you have that connection to self, I invite you to visualize that you're arriving somewhere in the world. Maybe it's your favorite destination. Maybe it's your most desired destination. As you have this image, how do you feel arriving to this place? What are the sights, sounds, colors? As you enter into this space, you connect with someone through a gaze, a smile. This person feels safe to you. You sit down together, and through communication, you realize that this person embodies your most desired self, your most desired life. What does this person do? How do they make their income? What do they do for play? What do they do for passion? What are they wearing? What do their days look like? How do they begin their day? How do they close their day? And then take a moment as they share with you something that they're most proud of that they've done in their life. Now recognize that this is you, your highest, most full self. And softly open your eyes. As you come back into this space, 3 actions that I invite you to take. One is to simply journal, write down the feelings, the details, the colors, anything that made your spirit, yourself feel lighter, you feel more whole, more connected. The second is to write down one action that you can take today and give yourself grace. This does not need to be a large action. One small action step that you can take today to get you a little closer to that truly connected self. And maybe a little bit of a bigger invitation would be to, if you don't already have a practice, think about 3 breaths, 3 minutes for 1 week. Ideally, maybe in a space or a time consistent within each day. Simply practice 3 cleansing breaths and just notice. As our time comes to a close, I will leave with you just a couple of excerpts from a poem from David Whyte's All the True Vows. There is only one life that you can call your own, and 1,000 others you can call by any name you want. Hold to the truth that you make every day with your own body. Don't turn your face away. And remember that whatever you hear from the water, it wants you to carry the sound of its truth to your lips. Thank you for sharing space.
Thank you, Kim. May we sit and have a chat?
I'd love to. Thank you.
That was so grounding. I really find that. Oh. Are we good? Okay, very grounding. And I would love to know where you learned to bring such peace into your presence.
Some of that peace has been part of my path of discovery over these past 2 years plus. Some of it has been through my certifications through the Chopra organization for my meditation certifications, some through some additional mindfulness practices, also some certifications in body movement. So all of those things coupled with just my journey, trying to share from the place that I've come from to support those that might be on a similar path.
Obviously, that has been important to you to learn to be in that space. How long has it taken you to achieve this level of mastery?
Well, I would say that it took me much longer to realize that I had such a big gap to notice and to just create space for that. This journey will be forever, always expanding and always growing and always changing. And I find that asking the questions of how I can serve and in which way I can serve, and just trying to listen to the answer and taking that yes action that everyone has been speaking of. That's the most important thing.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your discovery that there was a gap? I think there probably is a story there, and if you're able and willing to share, I'd love to hear more about that.
Part of my education and certification, something in, I'm predominantly certified in primordial sound meditation. However,
What does that mean? Maybe I can interrupt with that.
Primordial sound is a specific vibration when you come into the world. So not unlike other types of meditation that might be more well known, still mantra based, but it's all based on your primordial sound. 108 different primordial sounds are available, and specific to placement of birth.
Do we
when
each
you
have a
come into
different
the
one then?
world.
Everybody has a different one?
Correct. Yes, correct.
Cool.
And so it's a mantra-based meditation practice. And that's the most similar thing. But I've realized through serving the community that I wanted something more approachable for everyone. I also recognize that everyone learns differently. Their learning modalities are different. Attention spans are different. Things that they're passionate about are different. And so in the services provided through the community, it's just about connection, doing different exercises, different types of connection. If I am able to share something that I've learned with at least one person, and they're able to take that away and impact even in just their day, that to me is very, very heart-filling. But the gap is specific to something that was done through my certifications for meditation. And so we have all of those thoughts that we have in a day, and there is always a moment of stillness. So there's a gap in between each of our thoughts. We just have to become aware enough to let that stillness be obtained or noticed.
And what's in the stillness?
Our souls, in my opinion. It's our souls. It's that door that we allow to open to let ideas come in, to let calm come in, to let our whole selves come in, things that were most desired. I believe that our ideas, our desires, things that we dream of, they're already in us. They just need those small moments to kind of be buoyed up, to have faith and to take that action moving forward.
Wow, that's very cool. So there's nowhere to get. There's nowhere to go. It's all here already.
It's already here.
Oh, that's beautiful. So what kind of services do you offer to your clients then? Do you teach meditation, or what else are you doing?
I do. So meditation services, there's also some movement. So bar, Pilates, yoga style modalities. In addition to that, the experience piece, which is kind of tying into the brand, which is travel. In some cases, it doesn't have to be as profound as maybe the biggest dream is to take a solo trip for the weekend, right? It's how can my experience and how can my certifications help to open up or let someone else understand what they truly desire? And then how could I support them in any way I can? And in some cases, that's just, booking that solo trip and So through some of my certifications on the travel side, that can be attainable. So it's various services. Most commonly, it's mindful and meditation
Yeah.
practices.
You've really hit on something that is near and dear to my heart, which is figuring out what the dream is.
Mm.
Because so many times in my life, I didn't dream. I didn't have a dream. It was really, life was just about getting through that day and the next day and the next day. And every day was so packed full of things that I had to be doing that there was no room for dreaming. And so I wonder what your perspective is on, I don't think I'm the only one. I think there are many people out there who don't even imagine being able to dream.
All of us.
Yeah. So
Yeah, myself included.
well, so I'd love to know, like, how can we change that? And why should we? So maybe that's the better question. What's available to us in having a dream?
It was interesting because at lunch, we talked about this briefly, about having an opportunity to clarify what you really wanted and what you really desired. And that many of us can't really define that. It took me 30 years to then come back and ask that question. Was I really ever aligned? And, truly ever aligned? And meaning, what did I desire? What did I want? And I think an interesting way around, to elaborate a bit more to your question, is I see it in opportunities when I'm with clients, and it's those opportunities where there's all these expectations, whether they come from within, whether they come from outside sources, life, right? Life and expectations. And it can be as simple as taking a moment to just be self-full, not selfish, self-full. So it's that moment to breathe. It's that 3 minutes of private time. We would give 3 minutes of time at any time to those that we hold close and that we love. Children, family, parents, so willing to give to everyone else and not as quick to give to ourselves. And so I think when we remind ourselves that we deserve that same grace, that same love, release those expectations. We are absolutely imperfectly perfect just as we are. Then we create those little spaces to allow those desires to be a little bit more clear, to listen to ourselves a little bit better through the heart and through the soul. That's my interpretation.
Learn to say yes to ourselves.
And in some cases first, that might be a very unpopular opinion, but in some cases first, yes to ourselves. Because when we say yes to ourselves and we fill our own cup, only then we can serve others the right way without the other bits and pieces of life interrupting.
I can remember after my husband passed away and our youngest kids were 7 and 9, I had a disabled mom in my life, similar to your situation, but I wasn't living with her. And also was building a business. And it was just impossible for me to take time for myself. Like, I didn't see the opportunity. And people would say, oh, well, if you're in an airplane and the airplane's going down, you put your oxygen mask on first before you put your oxygen mask on your child. Or if there was not enough food in the house and only one of you could eat, either you could have the food and then go out to a job interview, for example, or give it to your child. You'd take it first. And I'd go, no, always my children come first. Like, I can't imagine putting me first before my children. And then I burned out. And then I came to a place of complete burnout and came to realize the wisdom of looking after me. Because when I burnt out, nothing happened for my family.
Which is part of that story that I shared to begin with, was maybe a glimpse of that internal dialogue of that final moment when things started to just truly fall apart. And if I was being honest with myself and really listening, I would have known that that needed to be restructured for a long time. And it just took that beautifully tough but brilliant moment to really start to make the moves that needed to happen.
And how wonderful if you wouldn't have had to gone through that in the first place, and not to make that experience wrong ever, because I love how you call that a beautiful moment. It's a beautiful falling apart, for sure. There's so many gifts in it and so much growth and wisdom, and it's so painful. And yet out of that comes beauty.
There's a bit in one of my favorite movies where I believe the line says that was brutal, brilliant, but brutal. And that is exactly how I feel about those moments.
Yeah.
Brutal, but brilliant.
And at the same time, how wonderful if other people don't have to get to that point before they experience relief, I guess is what it is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Really feeling like living two different lives, right? And so really trying to find that pure alignment, that pure full self.
Yeah.
That's the mission.
How do you know when you get there to that full alignment? How would you define that?
Well, I'm certainly not there yet. I
Mm.
hope I'm never there. I hope that it's just an ever evolving journey. Those moments where, for me, if I feel calm, if my heart feels full, if I can just breathe, if I feel joy, there's various different ways that I recognize that.
Yeah. And I sometimes wonder, in these busy times, like busy is not even a big enough word to describe most people's lives today. They're running around with work that's far too overwhelming quite often. We were again talking at lunchtime today of one of our members' experiences of doing the job of three people, literally three people in a corporate environment, and then still having family to look after and self to look after. And, our lives are so full.
That dirty B word.
Yes, it is. It sure is. And I know there have been times in my life where I have worn that as a badge of honor. Look how much I can capacitate. Look at me. Look at what I can deal with. And that in being so proud of my ability to take on the dirt, I was actually asking for more in a lot of ways.
I
So
attached my self-worth in some cases.
there we go.
to that.
Exactly. I've been there for sure.
So,
And probably as part of me still is.
oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Me as well.
Yeah. So stepping outside of that paradigm is really challenging. And I'm wondering if you have any tips for people to how, I mean, you've got the tools for being grounded, and is there then a tool for stepping outside of this paradigm that we're all stuck in?
I think that looks different for everyone. I think it depends on where individuals are at in their journey, their belief system, the tools that they currently are using and how that's working, and the capacity that they have in their lives. So I think that's a beautiful question. I don't think I have the full answer to that, because I think that would just be dependent on kind of, just discovering where everyone's at and understanding what else could help.
Try something different, maybe.
Mm.
We get in these treadmills, rat wheels. Well, all we do is this. Yeah, how do you get off the rat wheel? I'm still trying to figure that one out. I'm getting better at it. I'm getting much better at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I realized in my journey that it can be so easy to fall back into things that don't serve me, patterns, if you will, that don't serve me as well. So really just giving myself that opportunity to, without judgment of myself when I notice it, just allowing it, recognizing it, and making a choice.
Yeah.
Is that the choice that I want to continue to make, or how does that feel in my body?
Yeah.
And if I want to feel differently, then just try to choose differently. What do they say? It's simple but not easy.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
Something like that. So
Well, what you're talking about really, it sounds to me, is kind of a sense of leading ourselves to harmony. That, how do we lead ourselves to harmony within ourselves and within our communities, I guess, is the next step, our families and our communities. And so,
yeah, absolutely.
So do you have dreams on your bucket list?
Always.
Yeah.
Always. Yep. Absolutely.
Can you share any of them with me?
Yeah. So I have dreamt for a long time about writing a children's book. And I am proud to say that I am in final draft, and it's ready to go to publishers to hopefully get picked up. So I'm quite excited about that. And I'm not exactly sure what created that dream. I know that when I was a child, I volunteered a lot and read to children, and I've always adored reading. I think there's probably a little bit to do with that. But it wasn't so much about anything else that comes with it. This story here is specific to what I talked about or tried to share earlier, which is, what tools and experiences could have served me better to help that development, to maybe make things be different. And so this children's book is centered in nature. I like to think that it tries to inspire imagination. It's connecting to breath, meditation, and a bit of those elements to it.
Fabulous.
Mhm.
Oh, how wonderful to teach young people about groundedness.
And it's a wee kind of exercise to do with those that they hold close or their caregivers. So hopefully it's opens up conversations.
Now, did you have the benefit of any of that when you were a kid? Like, did you know about breathing techniques and that kind of thing?
No,
No.
no. Mm-mm. I had a beautiful, loving childhood.
Yeah.
However, like many households, mom worked full time, dad worked full time. They had split shifts, so one was always home with us. Mom worked nights, dad worked days. Just very full, right? Busy,
Yeah.
busy. That dreaded B word. Lots of love, and we all do the best. We all do the best with what we have at the time we have them.
Yeah.
Tools, choices, life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you had siblings?
I do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Or
Yes.
do, or did
Mhm.
do?
Yes. Yes, too.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh,
too.
lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so neat.
Yeah.
So in terms of you as an author, has that, working on this book, has that changed your sense of who you are at all?
It has. It's been a beautiful path to take. I think at the beginning it was knowing that my voice, what I had to say was important. But then that imposter syndrome kicks in, right? And everyone's in different places in their journeys and their path, especially in the healing world. And I think sometimes, if I'm being honest, it was, well, have I really been, down this road long enough to help? Am I really saying something that's going to be supportive? And ultimately, if I'm feeling called to use words in a way, and it's not being buoyed by ego, I simply want to try to help, right? The intention behind the action is genuine for me. It fills my heart and brings me literal to like physical and internal tears and a warm heart, just to think that maybe just one person would feel a little bit more whole, or it would open up a conversation or something like that. So then I said, it's not about me anyways. Right? The self, my opinion doesn't matter. It's if I'm being called, just do what you can and just create. It doesn't matter if one person reads it. Thanks, Mom.
For sure she will.
Exactly. But yeah, it was, so then I said it doesn't matter, right? The fear doesn't matter. Is it there? Of course it is, but I try to walk with the fear. Because I know when I sit in self, it's the intention is to just serve. And that warms my heart. So then the rest of it falls aside.
I love that you're there, because I think that's what stops a lot of people from writing a book is the ego saying, who am I to write a book? Who's going to read this anyway? I'm not the expert in my field. I don't have a million credentials about writing children's books or whatever the topic is. And we stop ourselves because our ego is busy telling us how small we are, when really that book, in withholding the books that we're here to write, we're not serving. Like that book is not about you. That book is about a service you can provide to people. I mean, it is about you for sure, to some extent, but it's about the soulful you, not the little ego you. And so I think when we get to that place where we recognize, yeah, this isn't really about me. This is about service I can provide to someone who might benefit from what I know, that opens a whole world of possibility for us.
And it's a roller coaster because you get the words out and then you have to share the words with an editor or publishers. And then it's like, oh no, judgment.
Huge.
And you say, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
And it's an act of courage.
It's not easy.
No, it is not easy. And, I've told this story here this week already that, with me, with my first book, like I was terrified to share that book. I was terrified to read aloud from my manuscript. For all the ego reasons that we've just about, talked about, like, who am I to write a book? Who's going to read this? Is it good enough? It's not going to be successful. Like, that little demon on my shoulder telling me to forget about it. And so it was really, really scary to do that. And yet nothing bad happened.
No. As a matter of fact, it's interesting because when you try to let go of the expectations and just push it out, I also then had to remind myself to allow people to surprise you, allow for the miracles, right? Allow the things that you don't have figured out and storied already in your brain, which was beautiful feedback. A matter of fact, a beautiful friend of mine is a teacher and actually shared the book with her class, just for general sense of feedback to see how it was received. And they drew pictures and just really lovely opportunities for connectedness and education, of how words can touch people. But I think ultimately for me, it's just consistently reminding myself, let people surprise you. Don't expect anything, just let people surprise you.
Yeah.
And ask for more help, because people want to help. Everyone wants to help each other. We really do. We really do. So I think that's probably been the most surprising thing for those that have known me longest, or closest to me, is that control monster just kind of, softening, right? That just brushing that control monster's hair out. It's like, nope, guess what? You do this. I would love help here. Do you mind doing this? Right? Which is all that, what is that? Recovering perfectionist.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm a card
I
kid.
have to, yeah, exactly, exactly. So, and it's beautiful because then everyone feels loved and supported and helpful.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, people love to help. You're absolutely right. And when we allow them to help us, we're giving them the gift of feeling good about helping us. I was wondering too, Kim, how did you decide what age group to aim your book at? Like, and maybe you haven't really said what age group. So I guess that's the first question is how old are the kids?
2 to 8.
Grades 2 or ages 2?
Ages 2 to 8. Yeah, absolutely.
And how did you decide? Like, how did you know that those were the kids you were aiming at?
I'd like to feel like I didn't really decide. It just the words just felt right, and it fell within kind of a 15-page spread, which is kind of in that space. The vision came to me that I wanted it to be accessible, and I wanted it to be imaginative and creative. And maybe that's part of the inner child of myself that's continuing to heal through my journey, which maybe as I'm talking through it now with you, there's probably a lot more truth to that, which is let your inner child play. And maybe that's that invitation for that.
Oh, I love that. I just love that. Writing a book as an opportunity for your inner child to play. Oh, how fun is that?
Thank you for helping me realize. I think that was part of my inner child.
Well, and thank you for sharing that, because I just got a huge aha, because I think that's exactly what I do when I'm writing, working on my 6th book. And it's like, yeah, it's so fun and so frustrating at the same at times too. But it really is an opportunity to play. And I'm not sure we give ourselves permission to play a whole lot these days in this cultural quickening that we live in.
I would agree to that.
Yeah. Or maybe we don't even think about wanting to play even. That's even worse. Yeah. So do you build play into your life at all? Is that possible for you?
I think that's a great challenge that I'll take on, is asking myself, am I playing enough? And if I'm not, what does that look like?
Yeah, I'm going to do that too, because I think we all benefit when we make time to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Do you think you'll write other books?
I remember through a course that I took some time ago that someone said within the course that sometimes a book is the book to the book. And for some reason that stuck with me. And so I don't know if I have a clear answer for you, but I have an instinct that maybe this is the book to the book.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know
That's good, though.
whether it's maybe the first of a children's series, perhaps it's the first outlet to try to find my voice, to step into something that is more supportive for adults, that's very specific, maybe to the audience of what I have gone through with my specific journey. I don't know what that looks like yet. I know that I'm going to try to remain as open as I can to what might come. And I'm just excited. I'm excited that I got this far and proud of myself, and grateful that, you know, we were able to connect, and just so many things to be grateful for.
It's so true.
Yeah.
Do you have illustrations in the book?
I do not yet.
Okay, is that coming, or is that part of the plan?
It is part of the plan, not for me.
Yeah.
I am unfortunately not gifted in that way. I can decorate a mean sugar cookie, but I cannot draw artwork.
You're way ahead of me then. I can't even do sugar cookies.
So,
My stick figures look a little, you know, not quite good enough, but
Yeah,
that's my judgment.
yeah,
too.
gifts from my grandmother and my mother, that piece of that
Yeah.
ability, but no illustrations yet. So hopefully as it goes to publishers, or just because we're having a conversation, maybe that will all come about.
That
But
will trigger that too.
I think the illustrations are going to be a really big piece to bring those words to life.
Yeah, well, especially that age group.
Mhm.
They're very
Yes,
visual.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And this exercise, or the invitation through that book, is to kind of be in the space, breathe like nature and things like that. So I think it's going to be really fun to see how that evolves.
Isn't it neat that you've put so much of your own wisdom into that book?
I don't know if it's my wisdom, just maybe I'm just finally listening to all the things that have been around me and that others have taught me, and just sharing part of that.
Wisdom you value then. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So what's next for you in your business? So, you know, where are you with that endless entrepreneurial journey?
My business is quite new. And so at this point, I feel wonderful about just serving the community. And I do that in an array of different spaces, community centers, partner it with movement. I've hosted some specific events that are fun to kind of pair with henna, with meditations. We do visualization meditations, and then henna that's inspired. And so it's
You
just
do henna?
no, but
Oh.
collaboration.
Oh, I
So
was gonna say,
connecting
whoa.
through communities,
Yeah.
so artists, and so I think collaboration is going to be important to that. For me, just, you know, continuing my education with movement, with breath, with trying to forget what I already know and challenge myself to think about it differently. You know, for me, I feel fairly new on this journey. And so just excited to kind of see how it continues to evolve, but continuing to build the brand and look for publishers for the book and do events and build, you know, close-knit clientele and a community that way. Those are all things I'd love to see.
You're a real creator, aren't you? It sounds like you get a lot of joy out of the creative process.
Well, it's beautiful to envision this, and I feel I don't even have the words to describe how I feel when I'm with others and facilitating and being a part and sharing space, and I just feel so grateful.
And it's about oneness, isn't it?
It is. And maybe this is it for my journey. I have no idea, right? The recognition, that community, that collaboration. So wherever it is, I'm just gonna, what do they say, ride the wave?
Oh,
And we're in California, so we should ride the wave.
Place to ride the wave. And you're saying yes, which is also very exciting.
Yes. Because why not? Why not?
We get one shot. This
That's
is
it.
This, as my mother used to say, it ain't a dress rehearsal.
Why not? Yeah.
Awesome. Well, that's a beautiful note to end on. So I have to thank you so much for being here with us and coming all this way to our stage and communing with us. I've really enjoyed having you here, and just hanging out with you.
Yeah, I'm thankful to be here
Yeah.
and grateful for the opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
And thank you, everybody. We are going to take a 5-minute break while we change gears yet again, and we'll see you on the flip side. Okay, everybody, I think we're ready to come back. Ready to move on to the next chapter of this adventure. And with appreciation to everyone who's here, I really hope you've been having a great afternoon. I've been having a great afternoon. And I thought maybe we would just kind of start this next part of our day with, if anybody has any questions about anything. I haven't been monitoring the chat box. I'm afraid I've been up and down on stage and talking to the other speakers and doing all those things that I've had to do. But so if there are any questions anybody would like to ask, I think maybe now might be a really good time to bring that up. And or put your hand up. Maybe you'd like to raise your hand if you have any questions or observations or statements about what we've been talking about today. No? All right, that's okay. We're just about to wrap up for the day. And where are we here? Yeah, there, I can see everybody now. Yeah, so it's been a busy few days. I'm sure everybody's found it quite packed. Our speakers have certainly found it very busy, both online and offline. It's been a really, really amazing day. And quite a few things have come up for me over the course of these 3 wonderful days with our speakers, is, you know, the kind of the possibilities that are available to us. There's so many possibilities available to us as authors, as leaders, as people who are working on emerging books, as people who are interested in harmony. You know, there are many, many points of connection for all of us as we've been kind of learning from our speakers over the course of these 3 days. It's been really a wonderful, wonderful thing. And I would wonder if you wouldn't mind putting in the chat box, you know, if there's something you've learned that you'd like to share, or an aha that you may have had over the course of the time that we've been together listening to our speakers. You know, my aha has been how similar we all are to one another. Hearing our speakers talk, you know, there's some of the same things that come up in different ways with different applications, with different dimensions of meaning for all of us. But it really comes down to the fact that I think we're all on pretty much the same path. The people that we've been meeting here are certainly people who want to make a difference in the world, who want to use their experiences to make other people's lives better. And in terms of the authoring aspect of our speakers and what they're working on here is, you know, the realization that writing a book is actually an act of service. And I was so glad for Kim just now and the conversation that we had about the fact that writing a book is a form of service, that it's not about us, actually. It's easy to get wrapped up in, oh, you know, I'm not, who am I to write a book? You know, that's that same question I heard a million times over the 13 years that I was writing my first book. Who am I to write a book? Who's going to read this? Why would anybody read what I write? I mean, I'm nobody. And I guess that was a reflection of where I was in my evolution at the time as well. And certainly by now, working on my 6th book, I have so much more confidence in why I'm doing this and the point and purpose of me writing a book. It's about me for sure, because I am the agent holding the pen, but it's also about sharing what I've learned. There's a legacy piece to what I'm doing, as there is for every single one here today. What we are sharing is a legacy of years lived and wisdom attained and experience accrued, that there is a lot we know that we are in a position to share with other people. And I used to really resist that word leadership. I didn't like that word leader. It conjured to me kind of a stereotypical image of a very forceful, domineering individual who was there to blaze the way from an ego perspective because of divine right. Somehow that individual had a right to lead and nobody else did. And I've come to recognize you can lead from behind, as Barb Stuhlemer said earlier. You can be a leader who isn't on center stage all the time and requiring people to follow in your footsteps. You can be the kind of leader who points a direction ahead and says, would you like to follow that? Or shines a light on the path ahead and invites people to follow where they would like to go, to blaze the path that they would like to go and be leaders in their own right of their own lives. And all of this only works if we have the courage to hold our dreams and hold ourselves accountable to those dreams, which our speakers have certainly done this week. So I'm very, very appreciative of all of that. Just going to look at the chat box here. And thank you, Debbie. Lead ourselves to harmony. You had just gotten to the point that the book will be ready at the perfect time, which is harmonious. I love it. That's fantastic, Debbie. Love that. What I'd like to do now is if we could summarize maybe for ourselves 3 things that you're going to do as a result of your experience here this week. I think we've all learned a lot of things. Some of it may have been things we already knew. There's a lot of inner knowing in the people in my community, people who come to these events. You already know a whole lot of stuff. But what about if you wrote down 3 things that you're going to do as a result of your experience? Because I figure there must be 3 things. And so I'm going to share some music. And actually, I have a slide for that, come to think of it. I'm going to share, we're going to take 5 minutes, and I invite you to write down 3 things, like I say, that you're going to do as a result of what you've learned or heard here this weekend. So I'm going to start my clock, and we'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, time is up. What did we come up with? Any good stuff?
There's a
Lisa?
couple.
Oh.
Yeah, there's also a couple in chat. Oh, I
Awesome.
see Cynthia as well.
Oh, great. So I'll just quickly look at the chat here. We are people who need each other, says Lee. Thank you, Lee. And appreciate you too, Lee, my friend, for your contributions and who you are, actually. We appreciate that very much. Nicole says, I believe that I will be open to different or new approaches to my own journey, put the helpful pointers and advice I connected with into practice with my own experience, and continue to network and be inspired by this community that is rich in knowledge and experience. Thank you, Nicole. Those are beautiful, beautiful action steps. And Susan, thank you. Oh, thank you, Susan. What a lovely thing to say. Going to dream even bigger. Love it. Cynthia, you've got your hand up. I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Okay, I do this just because I'd rather than type in the chat.
Sure.
It's easier
Yeah, for
to
sure.
do. I'm going to take more time to play. It's something that I've begun, a couple months ago. I really realized, and and then it's kind of petered off a little bit. But I've really felt inspired from the people that I've heard speak in the conversations with you, that talking about play, and it feels so good. This is especially outside in nature for me. And the second thing is to reconnect with old friends, which I also had started, but in the big, busy stuff of business and life, that had also kind of petered out. But that is also so wonderfully heartwarming and filling. That fills me up a lot. And the same thing with my yoga and qigong practice. All of those things that make me feel really grounded and alive and excited to be doing what I'm doing beyond, just the doing of it. So, because there's that excitement, but then that can get kind of tested, not tested really, but overshadowed a bit by the grind. If there's no breaking it up with the things that you love to do, there's got to be that. And so that's what I'm going to do.
I love that, Cynthia. And in fact, you've said one of the things that's on my list too is to play more. That's absolutely the theme of the day for me is yeah, I need to do some more playing.
Mm.
That's, why am I not doing more playing,
Yeah, really.
Yeah, wait a
That's
minute.
good question, isn't it?
And to the point of that question that started me on my book journey so many years ago is what's stopping me?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing, nobody, just me.
It's me.
So thank you so much for sharing that, Cynthia. I really appreciate it. Those are beautiful. Anybody else want to share a little bit about what they're going to take action on? Debbie is going to prepare for interviewing as part of the fun rather than fear the leader role. Oh, Debbie, I love that. Allow yourself to bask in the joy you have creating with all the people around you, the folks around you, and enjoy the edits of Darcy and Dawn in their first book, On the Heels of Stories of a Swedish Elf. Beautiful. I love that, Debbie. Those are fabulous things. Wonderful. Well, we've come just about to the end of our time together, everybody. I really encourage everybody to spend some time integrating what you've experienced over these three days and figure out some implementation steps. Learning everything that we've learned from the speakers over these 3 days is really fabulous. And if we want to experience a transformation in our results, we need to implement as well. And I've certainly found that is true in my life, that I am a lifelong learner. I love to learn. I'm a consumer of information. It really excites me to learn new things. And yet, if I want to see a return on the investment of my time in learning, I need to implement. And it can sometimes be more challenging to implement than it can be to learn. And so I really invite everybody to spend your time implementing what you've learned over these 3 days and let me know how it goes and what you've learned, and what you're doing differently. Again, whatever type of book you're reading, you're writing, the book that you're writing is a portal for other people. It's a portal for us as the authors to be writing a book, and it's also a portal for other people. If it's a book of fiction that you're working on, then you are creating a portal for other people to walk through that book, to experience that book, and come into a different dimension of reality. Through your words, you're creating a new world for other people. And even if it's a nonfiction book, that's exactly what you're doing. You're creating a portal for people into another dimension of being, another way they could be in the world that could be transformational in terms of how they see themselves and their lives and what they're here to do and be with it. And these books that we're working on and that we've certainly published, some of you already, are really activations, catalysts for other people. And so that's a really important thing. And as I mentioned earlier in the day, out of 8,000 people who have thought about writing a book, only 8 statistically end up publishing a book. And so while lots of people have great ideas and have wonderful wisdom to share with other people, a very small percentage of people carry through and actually get that book done and create that portal for other people to walk through and experience a new way of seeing the world and a new way of being in the world. And you are one of those people who holds that portal, who is creating that portal. And I think that is a very, very important job. And I think that's sacred work. In our community, that is sacred work. And I really encourage you to keep going and keep applying yourself to this sometimes frustrating task of writing a book. There's some magical parts about it, and also there are some frustrating parts about it. And that's probably why a lot of people fall by the wayside, is that it can be a complex process and we often don't know how to do it on our own. And sometimes you do need a mentor with all of that. And you certainly benefit from a community in writing a book. I know that for a fact. We aren't alone. And I think to the point of being a lone wolf, as many of us are or have been, there's a place for that in life, and there's some benefits to being a lone wolf who can handle everything on their own. But there is an African proverb that says, if you want to go far, what is it? Okay, I'm not even going to remember that one. There's probably a time zone involved, come to think of it. If you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go with others. And so I also encourage you to create a community or find a community around you, or several communities even, to normalize book writing. That's one of the things we do with our events is we strive and aim at normalizing book writing, because it's quite often not other people's normal. It may not be normal in your world, with the people that you're around. They may not consider writing a book to be a really normal thing to do. And so, at least in our community, we look at writing a book as a normal. And so you're one of those normal people who's writing a book. And we've created a state of being, I think, at least our speakers have this week, a state of being of a lot of groundedness, a lot of peace, a lot of positivity, a lot of inspiration, a lot of what the world could be like for us. And the other kind of final thought that I would like to leave everybody with is that we can take that with us. And I don't know if anybody's familiar with anchoring, that when you're in a state, you can anchor that in your body. And the way I usually do that, because I do a lot of anchoring, is I will take this knuckle, this little knuckle on my finger right there, and I will pinch that, and I will consciously embody the feeling that I'm feeling. I will consciously feel what I'm feeling, as long as it's a good feeling, a perceptively good feeling, so that I can anchor that in my body. And anytime I want, I can fire off my anchor. I can go back and pinch that finger where I've collected a whole lot of these experiences and experience it again. There is a physiological process that happens that fires that feeling again in your neurology. And you might want to try that. Is how, if you're feeling really amped about what you've experienced here this week, set an anchor. And then if you're feeling a little off sometime, pinch that knuckle again and fire the anchor to reproduce the feelings in your body that you're feeling now. I think probably everybody here is on our mailing list. And so I invite you also to watch for other events and other activities that we've got going on that might help you stay connected to your authoring activities. About every 2 months, we run a free 1-hour Build a Book community meeting where I do a little bit of teaching about some aspect of book writing, but also we have a community experience, and we're together in community as authors. And you'll have to watch your emails. It's not exactly every 2 months, but it's about every 2 months. The next one is in January, and I can't remember the date. I think it's the 21st of January, but you'll get an email inviting you to be part of that. Another thing you can do to keep the writing mojo going is to write something every day. If I have a theory about the writing genie, and a lot of people are waiting for the downloads, and then they'll write when they get a download. And I don't get downloads all the time. And so I have discovered that if I make it a habit, to Robert's point of creating habits around our behavior, or around our manifestation, if I create a habit around writing at the same time every day, or if not, if you can't do every day, every week, then eventually the writing genie figures out that they can find you every single day or every single Tuesday at 4 o'clock or whatever time that is for you, regardless of time zone. And that's your regular habit, is that the writing genie knows eventually that they'll find you at a certain place at a certain time. And the downloads actually happen more often. When you make writing a habit, then the downloads actually happen. And sometimes you have to sit there and work at it a little bit, work at the writing a little bit. And but again, the more you habitualize your writing behavior, the easier it gets, and the more streamlined and smooth your writing is. So I encourage you to set a writing schedule so that you are consistently writing. And also, I invite people to say yes to stuff. Say yes to something uncomfortable that shows up in your life. and see what happens once you get in the habit of saying yes. A lot of our speakers have learned that, saying yes actually creates magic in our lives. And so I invite you to just find something a little bit uncomfortable to say yes to and see what happens. And often nothing bad happens when you say yes. Sometimes really amazing things happen. And finally, the final wish that I will leave for you is to find something, at least one thing, to be grateful for every day. And with that idea in mind, I would love it if you would either ask to unmute, or raise your hand is another way to ask to unmute, or put in the chat box something you're grateful for about these 3 days that we've spent together. What are you grateful for that you've been given as a either some wisdom or a gift or something about this experience that you're grateful for? Let's activate that. And again, if you'd prefer to speak that truth, please raise your hand and we'll come and recognize you. But other than that, just pop that in the chat box before we go to our final sound bath. Opening more doors just beyond my comfort zone, says Debbie. That's a really good one. That's a really good one. What else have we got? Lots of notes from Tanya. Leah is going to create more speaking engagement opportunities. Absolutely. I love that, Lee. Connection. Lee is grateful for connection and intimacy. Kelly is grateful for connection with me and this community. And Cynthia, the sense of community. Yeah, me too. Me too. And I'm grateful for everyone here. This has just been a magnificent few days. Susan is grateful for the wisdom that has been shared and connecting with more of her tribe with these amazing people this week. Yeah, I'm grateful for that too. Well, thank you everyone for being here this week. So much appreciate you all. We're going to move to our sound bath now with Susan Eva. And I'm grateful for Susan Eva too, because the beautiful music that she has provided for us has really helped me to find more harmony within me and more harmony in my world. And I'm very grateful for that. So Susan, would you be able to take us away with our final sound bath? And I will come on very briefly once the sound bath is over. But other than that, my friends, I will say sayonara.
Thank you, Susan. And thank you, everyone. This has been an incredible few days. It's truly my honor to be here. I'm grateful to be here, not just sharing and meeting with everyone, but sharing the beautiful sacred frequencies of these crystal alchemy bowls. So for our final one, I'm asking the bowls to make it extra special this afternoon. So I'm going to invite you to just take a deep breath deep in your belly. If you like, you can close your eyes, just relax into it. Let go of your thinking mind. Take your attention inside your body. Relax and enjoy. You might even want to set an intention. Mostly enjoy. gently bring your attention back into the room. Wiggle your fingers and toes and open your eyes when you're ready. Thank you. It's my great joy and honor to play these crystal alchemy bowls for you. Thank you, and thank you for a great few days. Namaste.
Thank you, Susan. We are so deeply grateful to you for playing for us, and to the Bulls too for playing for us as well. We know you're a team, and much appreciation to you for everything that you've done for us this week. And that brings our event to a close, my friends. Thank you for being here. Thank you for bringing your energy and your love and your wisdom and your ears to everything that we've been doing. And I so much appreciate you. Let's stay connected. And I wish you every joy going forward in your writing and authoring and leadership journey. I wish you well. And again, thank you for being with us. We'll see you next time.